Oh man, I'm back, baby. I'm back. I want to say what's up. Part of me, I'm still trying to learn this thing, man, but I'm gonna get it together. Um, I'm just happy to be here with my family, my garden of life, truth, and happiness and purpose. Shout out to all the flowers. Let me say shout out to Barbie, girl, Tina. We love you, flower. Shout out to Rasta baby. What's up? Thanks for waiting for me. Shout out to Maricela Flowers. Let me know whoever is interested in being moderators, please contact Maricela. She's gonna be the one that lets you know what's going on in regards to that. We want to thank our sponsors constantly. Ripple.com. Here's a 15% discount. If you get a chance, please go and get that discount. Um, it's going to be, to me, I think that this is one of the best natural puffers you could have. There's no CBD, no weed, no nicotine, but it's a great feeling when you're relaxed. I want to say what's up to everybody. I just came back, had some honey wine. I feel good about myself. Um, Let me know if y'all see me. Say what's up. Say what's up. Also, when you get a chance, too, please, if you haven't got the book already, please continue to get the book. It's called Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel. It's on all platforms: Kindle, Apple, iBooks, BookBaby, and Amazon, and many, many more platforms. So if you're in Canada, you go to Kobo if you want to get it. But if you're in America, in the States, get this. Particularly get the ebook so you can get it immediately. The physical copy takes a while, and I need you to have it because most of the topics that I have are pertaining to my book. And then that's actually my little peanut head right there. So that was me on a camelback in India. Sorry, Egypt. I apologize, Egypt. I think I said India because I have a story today I want to tell you when we talk about the Stockholm Syndrome. But thank you to everybody for showing up. I'm truly grateful and appreciative. Big up to Scorpion. I want to say thank you for joining us right now. Um, Please hit the like buttons. Without further ado, we have 10 people on and as viewers right now. We need more. Hit the likes up. Remember, what we want is double the amount of viewers that we see. So right now we start off good. We have 14. Right now it's 12 viewers, but I'm looking for 30 likes. So if my people could give me 30 likes, I appreciate it. Today is going to be a serious topic. And before I introduce my brothers, and these are the constant members. When you see me do Conversation with King, 9 out of 10 chances you're going to get a majority of the 4 horsemen. For those who don't know who the 4 horsemen are, we have Chef, we have E Black, and we have Daryl. More than likely, these members will be coming to the show every day. But if they don't, then you know we will continue. But just always remember, these were the members of the 4 horsemen. But when we get all of us together, just know it's gonna be an apocalypse, like it was last time. It's gonna be an apocalypse. So without further ado, we're gonna introduce E Black to the stage. So please show him your love. I beg of you. Shout out to JP. JP, we love you. Thank you for everything. All the flowers and the rocks and the kings and the queens, we love y'all. Shout out to E Black. E Black, how you doing? It always starts out fuzzy with you, E Black. It usually gets clearer for some reason because you have some of the best quality. So I just want to know what's going on with that. And does my brother Chef want to come on now and wait for his picture? Do we wait for his picture or okay, perfect. Now we have, you know how I feel about my brother. You know, Brooklyn all day, every day. If you notice, every time we have him, he's usually at the center. He provides the balance for this whole group. So never forget that where he stands. Shout out to Lensky. Thank you very much, Lensky. What's up, brother? Thank you for constantly coming to our show and our chat. Haitian brother, Sak Passe.
Sak Passe, Lensky.
Sak Passe. Yeah. And we want to say Barbie recognizes Chef. You know what I mean? We want to say appreciate all y'all. Shout out to JP. Thank you. Big up to everybody. Big up King and the fam. That's me. We want to let you know where we stand, and we appreciate everybody. Sakpa says Chef. We out here, Haitians in the building. And we also want to talk about a woman who has made sure that we were able to hit the YouTube streets. Anytime you see us on other YouTube pages, 9 out of 10 chances, Keisha is the one behind that. Thank you, Keisha, for hooking us up with Jen, on the block with Jen. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Chef, your screen's moving kind of slow. You okay? Chef,
Slow.
yeah, it's moving slow. Shout out to Natalie. Sock passe to Natalie as well. Shout passe to Natalie as well. Get the likes up. We need like 20. We need like 25 right now before we start. We have some
Yeah.
good topics today.
Can we talk about my shirt real quick? I brought my flowers out.
We always
Your
got to talk
shirt
about
can't
the
be
shirt.
on point,
We
man.
always got to talk about the shirt, baby.
Right.
Today's
No.
going to be a good show. Shout out to Keisha. Shout out to Natalie. Black Titan. GT Bana. Black Titan. GT Bana. For those who don't know what GT Bana is, that's for everybody that's from Guyana.
From
Guyana,
Guyana.
you talk about Georgetown. GT Bana. You know I'm a Brooklyn kid.
GT.
I'm a Brooklyn kid, so I know all the West Indian stuff. Your stuff is moving slow again, Chef. We want to make sure that's good before we start.
No doubt.
So I want to say something that was brought up by the main moderator. If you want to be moderated, talk to Maricela. But she says to me, we have a very touchy subject today. We're not going to jump into it, but we're going to talk about Stockholm Syndrome in regards to relationships, personal relationships, and communities. So I really want y'all to know this is an episode that you might get triggered. Once again, this is an episode if you have experienced any type of abuse or any type of behavior mismanagement from a lover or a loved one. This is a very triggering episode. This is not an episode to play with. We're going to wait to the end to get to it. But I'm letting you know, here's a warning. Please, Marisol, put the warning signs. Please put the warning signs. This is a very triggering episode. All right? So we want to be careful. We let you know from the beginning. Those who don't hear it, I'm going to repeat it again, and Marisol is going to put it on a chat room. Please, when we start talking about Stockholm Syndrome, we're going to get real deep. We're not just going to talk about relationships. We're going to talk about Stockholm Syndrome within the community, our Black community, how we love abuse, and we came in love with the oppressor. So please, shout out to Mr. Hall of Fame. We love your comments yesterday. What we're going to do too, we learned that those who want to come in and comment on the panel, so everybody can get a shot, because I'll be having a lot of people trying to get in. What we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we divide it in segments. So after the segment is done, we will remove everybody and we just keep the main guys, which is Chef, E Black, and I. Is that an agreement, fellas? We want to make sure that's what we agree to. Okay. So with that being said, I want you to listen. I want you to look at what Maricela put. Please be advised, the following content may identify as triggering or offensive to some audiences. As always, please seek help from a professional. We are not professionals. We are not therapists. We're giving our opinions. So please, this is going to be a very triggering conversation. Conversation that's going to evoke emotions. But before we get into the emotions, I'm getting kind of emotional because right now, where are we at in the likes? Somebody tell me where we at in the likes, please. I need to know before we start.
I think we 25.
Okay, let me get 30, then we can start. We starting early today. We like how we moving. Let me get 30.
Hey, Chef, how you been, my guy? You're on mute.
Let me get 30.
What's going on, big dog? How are you?
Let me get 30.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. All
right.
right.
A little bit more.
How you been, King?
I'm been good, brother. I can't complain, man. You know how you set it off, man. I do the introduction, you set it off, and you know, Chef, he ends it at the end of the show. So talk to me. Tell me any topic, any current events topics you want to talk about, brother? I do the introduction.
Man, I think I was looking at man, today I heard something about Mike Holmgren, not Mike Holmgren, who's the coach for the Raiders?
Yeah.
He was talking real reckless in an email about us.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that, but let me know. And then as soon as we get to 30, we get to the subject matter. But let me know what he said.
Well, I'm just gonna paraphrase. He was just really insinuating a lot of things about black people, and sometimes white folks they get too comfortable and they forget their spaces that you can't just be talking reckless, man. But it's another scenario, another situation in which you see, the implied racism in our country is just infested in most people of non-color. It's just they can't handle it. They gotta show it in any space in their frustration, and that's like
That's sad. So
especially a professional, especially in a profession where 85% of us are the working class.
right. So let me ask you a question before we go on. Are we at 30 right now? Because I don't want them getting any of your Jews if we're not at 30, 35, 40, because we got 30 people right there. What's going on? What we got? Somebody let me know what we got.
I see
I'm
24. I see 24 watching, and I see 25 likes.
Yeah, I need 5 more likes. Give me 5 more likes.
No, we at 30. We at 30.
Okay. So when we get to the hour mark, I'm hoping that everybody gives me 60 likes. Okay, let's try to get to 60 likes. First of all, I want to shout out to Phil, the IT Jedi. Phil, respect to you, because one thing you said today, you said not today, but you said it on the comments. You said you like the way E Black is looking on this stage. You like the fact that he's showing how his wisdom and his knowledge. And I want to say thank you, black man. It takes a real black man to tell another black man you appreciate his value. And I want to say thank you to Chef for creating a platform so E Black could be who he truly is. Because Chef saw that from the beginning, and right or wrong.
Yeah. There's only so many ways you can define yourself within a short period of time, So the best thing I could say is that it was dope having you get the opportunity to spread your wings and communicate the way you wanted to without any specified narrative, So that's probably the best thing I could say, because that comment from Phil wasn't the only one, family. It was like stuff people were like, man, I like this E Black. Nah, this ain't a different E Black. This is just the E Black uncloaked. So, right. So, you know what I'm saying? Folks don't understand folks because they may not get to see them in multifaceted view. So all I can say is this is the E Black that been the E Black that's been the E Black, but you're just getting to see him in a different light, And this is a more multifaceted, complex light, and you can understand the depths of a man this way. So I rock with it, and this is definitely a good look for you.
And being the week that we've been here, I would say this: I've never seen in a more positive, non-toxic, engaging chat room. The people are communicating with each other. They immediately say hi to each other. The flowers. It's you never realize how much seeing flowers constantly on your screen gives you a better feeling.
Hello, you get it. You get it. Put the flowers up, ladies. Put the flowers up. He got his flower shirt too. I ain't gonna front that spot. I ain't gonna front. Put the flowers up, ladies.
What he did there.
Yeah, but I want to say one thing. First of all, I want to get Rico up here one day. Rico, one day when you get a chance, I fuck with you, homie. I fuck with you. I read your comments. I fuck with you, homie. Please come up here one day. It'll be an honor to talk to you, brother. It would be an honor to have you up here in the panel one day, brother. Please. So men and women could put flowers up too. Please put the flowers up. Thank you. Thank you. Put the flowers up. So we want to talk about the first topic since we at a certain point right now. I want to talk about, this is a light topic, the failed marriage of Serena Williams and the racial implications of that failed marriage. So, as we know, she was married to a white man who she had a child with. Serena Williams, for those who don't know, is probably the most prominent tennis player, not just men or women, but tennis player in the world. We all know that she's probably the most accomplished tennis player in the world. Let's focus on her marriage, her personal life, and who a woman who was said to have been with the likes of Drake and Common decided to marry a white man, have a baby by this white man, and now it doesn't look like paradise anymore. Me personally, I don't care who you marry. I don't care about the race of who you marry, because once you have one person who's black in family, your child is black. That's how I look at things, period. So you can marry an Asian, Spanish, white, Indian. If you're black, your child is black. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. My question to the brothers on the panel and to the chat room: why do you think she decided to marry a white guy? Doesn't seem like the handsomest white guy or the most athletic white guy, but why did she decide to marry that white guy? And are you surprised by the breakup? And what are the racial implications? Because that white guy, after she gets divorced, will be living off of her money.
No.
Oh, she won't.
Wait, let me clarify.
Okay, clarify, brother. Thank you.
The guy that she married, his name is Alexis Ohanian. He's pretty much a billionaire. He's one of the 3 guys that founded Reddit.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, so let me take that back. Thank you for the correction. This is why we have these brothers on the panel with me, because they're gonna straighten me out. I respect them. So he's one of the founders of Reddit, so he has money. So it's not about money situation. Maybe she wanted someone on her level, and there wasn't enough of us brothers on her level that wanted to marry her. How do y'all feel about that?
So go ahead, E-Black. You take that one real quick.
You know, of course, when she was getting into the situation with the guy, I just felt bad because this girl's from Compton, California, right? And she was raised by a strong black man. Will Smith is doing a movie about him. And you almost felt bad because she couldn't. I don't know if she's either not being able to relate to a black man, or maybe her past relationships with probably some stars have jaded her. And maybe it's just luck. You know, interracial dating, you know, everybody has the right to find love. You can find love anywhere and anyhow, you know, especially when you have money, you have more access to more people, more different lifestyles, people who are able to talk to you about different things. You know, some people have never caught a flight, whether it be Spirit or Southwest. You know what I mean? Like, so if you coming from a background to where you're catching flights to Wembley Stadium and your family is front row, I could almost see how she sees different values in different individuals. Now, in the implication of why her marriage is hard. You know, I remember she was saying that, you know, marriage is not a bliss. Marriage is hard. As a married man, you know, marriage is hard. You have to work at it. And sometimes the ability to leave a marriage and still have comfortability makes the decision much easier.
Right.
So I think this is a lot of times. I first of all, I pray for any married couple. Hopefully, they get the proper counseling. Hopefully, they see the proper people in their circles, preachers. You know, I'm hoping they're praying. I'm hoping they're working on it. But either way, I hate to see it, but it's not really unexpected in terms of the dynamics that she may not really find her soul being touched by this man.
Okay. I like that because normally
turn the lights up. And we have 35.
Yeah.
I need 40 likes. I actually need 60, 80, to be honest with you, but turn the lights up.
Yeah, I might start cooking in a second.
Wait, he's about to we got 35 likes? Or we not talking? This is gonna be a spicy, once again, this is the light topics. Towards the end, we're going to get to a very triggering topic. So if you have been traumatized by a lover, I suggest that you do not come in this room. Stay out this room because we're going to get very spicy and very triggering. So stay out the room. If you can stay right now, the first hour is lighthearted, but we're going to get very spicy. It's only 2 hours. So turn it up. I need 40, 50 likes. You got 40, 50 likes. Give me 40. Give me 3 more. And then he's going to spit his bars. He's going to start cooking. That's why he's called a chef. Check out for his new page too. Tell him your page, brother.
Page is Chef Chupino. And you just search me on YouTube. And then on IG, it's Chef Chupino. Right now, we got a bunch of content that cooking up for you right now that's in the editing phase. Remember, it's not just what we do here. I'm a chef.
Right.
Officer of a corporation. I'm, record producer. I've been within the industry for a long time.
They said the website you posted the wrong one. What website? No, it's ripplecode.com. Ripple Code. That's the right one. Chi, talk to me. Also, E-Black, what page can they look at you? You want the followers to go to your page as well.
Yeah, go to eBlack TV. When you go to the browser, type in eBlack TV, all one word. Also, I have a website, www.eblack.tv. Go check that out. I have a link to all my past interviews with like JT the Bigger Figure. I have interviews with the very beautiful Courtney Michelle. I have interviews with a guy, John Williams. He's a toy CEO. He sells toys online. He did that through the COVID experience. So, I'm sorry. Of course, everybody want to come home now, but just check me out. I appreciate y'all.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, brother. Talk to him, chef.
So just to kind of refresh,
I mean 50.
So just to refresh what the specific question was, how do I feel about it? Well, I'm not going to try and unpack too much from it, but let's be for real, man. This is in the age of Kevin Samuels and people, body shaming women and potential objectification and all of that. And you know how in our community people can tend to be cruel, right? Folks are talking about, oh, she went over to the other side. If she was not Serena Williams and was not a multimillionaire and highly accomplished elite level athlete, and she worked at the Walmart, would a lot of the brothers been banging down her door? I'm not saying she's not an attractive sister. That's not what I'm saying. But when we look at society and the things that folks determine important, it felt almost as though folks weren't checking for her until that notorious Miami Beach photo where she was standing on the ledge looking off into the yonder, And that's when some of the fellas, I remember that a few years back where fellas started, their ears just went, ding.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. But if that's more lust related, that's more body part objectification related, because we realize, wow, she's holding. Okay, fine. Do I have an issue with where she went? Nah, man. I don't think in terms of, oh, that's one more of our sisters that's going to the other side. Nah, I do believe that some of the things that we do within our society and the way that we can be, some of the ways that we can be as a people, sometimes we push our own folks away. I remember one of the long time ago, a documentary, it was an interview with Dennis Rodman. And it was crazy because he lived in the hood first, but then he ended up being, they took guardianship, a white family took guardianship of him, which allowed him to play at a school that gave him a shot in high school, and he lived with them, and that was his adopted family. And when you watch the video, I can't remember if it was Barbara Walters or what, but when you watch the video, and when he was asked about folks saying, talking about the fact that you date white women, dude almost got choked up. It almost looked like he was welling up. It was like, none of the black women wanted me. They didn't want me. They did not want him. Sometimes folks get caught up in what I call hypothetical anger, which is bullshit. It's a mist. It doesn't exist. It's abstract. Hypothetical anger. Perfect example. I'm going to utilize previous discussion with my old lady, right? And it was like this. Saginaw Guap hit me on the phone. Yo, what's good, man? What you doing, Chef? Chilling. Yo, what you got going on Saturday or Sunday? Shit, nothing, man. He was like, what's up? You want, you want to chef it up? Get the fellas in? Okay, I'll see what up, man. Might make it happen. Okay, yeah, we'll talk back. Get off the phone. Oh, so what? Oh, we don't have plans? I said, what are you talking about? Oh, you look like you're making plans. I was like, I'm just talking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you didn't say, let me check with my old lady. You didn't say this, that, and the other, but it seems like you're ready to make plans. And I'm like, yo, I don't even know if I'm going to see these dudes, right? Why we're talking about a hypothetical argument. It's a hypothetical argument. I don't trust hypothetical anger because
talking to the mic.
Yeah, I don't rock with hypothetical anger. Hypothetical anger is something that is not real. It's based in what could have happened if this would have happened, if that would have happened. So it's like, what the hell? So I'm going to be punished for something that I potentially might have, could have, would have, should have, maybe done. So I say all that to say, I don't see a whole bunch of folks who are checking for Serena. You know what I mean? When we think about her dating life, you don't see too many. One of them in particular was Common, of course. But I don't know, man. The best thing I could say is I don't have a negative opinion on it. I think that she's a beautiful sister. I think she's a great sister. I think that she's done a lot to empower our young women in terms of showing them what they need to know. But her moving to the other side, she married a millionaire. And also, dude is, in terms of him, what he did, just like
Turn
you, King.
Turn the lights up.
Yeah. Just like you, King. You're not just a dude that was in the streets. You're a dude that gave back to the community. Anybody could Google or go online and see, your councilman campaign videos and commercials, and you were there. You were out there doing it. The same thing. I got to give him props as well, because something that he did a few years back benefited me. He was one of the people that fought and put money ahead for the major legislation to allow a few more baby bonding time with your children, where companies now, they give fathers up to a year to be able, over the course of the first year, to be able to spend time with their children. So it's multi-levels to it, but listen, man, at the end of the day, you look at me, you look at you, look at E Black. You get what I'm saying? At some point, a different culture, a different race touched our lineage. It touched our lineage, and it is what it is. But she's gonna be all right. They're gonna be all right.
You don't think it was some what of the athleticism too?
Right. So talk about it. So see, here's my thing, and we're going to talk about what E Black just said, and it's real. And I think E Black is trying to is challenging you in regards to, it was a relationship based on mutual beneficiary. How can I say, symbiotic? It was a symbiotic relationship. They both benefited, right? But here's the thing: why do black men get mad at black women when another man from another race loves them? Why are you mad? Why don't you step up and love them?
That's
Why are you mad that another man wants to marry a woman from your culture? Shouldn't you have stepped up? Right? A lot of times I get that too. And then why do black women get mad when a black man feels comfortable with another woman in a different community? Why? Why do we get mad? Where's the big issue? Talk to me.
I would say, ah, man, it's tough. I would almost say you almost feel as if the world has already done the black man so wrong. Now you're ready to turn your back on us. You know, you've given up the whatever I've done in the past or whatever these brothers have done in the past. You know, forgive me. You know, that's what kind of I feel was what the anger is coming from, is that we want the same forgiveness. And when we see the swirlers, what they call it, in their community, and they're openly boasting, saying that we've never been treated this way, it makes us feel as if we're paying the sacrifices for all the other guys.
Wow. Wow. So do you think that's hating? You don't think it's hating though? Like it's like let that black woman be happy. Even if the relationship didn't work out, let her go through her motions because none of us stepped up to marry Serena. None of us stepped up to marry her. So
that's
why should we be joke on her? Why should we joke on her? And then I get your point, E Black. E Black made a very good point. Not out of 8 out of 10 chances, no one's going to marry Serena and not factor in the fact that she's a world star class athlete. She's a world class athlete. Sorry, no one's going to and eliminate that. They're going to say, you know what? I want to marry her because she has this brand, this empire. Why not? Can Serena actually ever find love? Will she ever find true love being in the person, the woman that she is? Could she ever find true love? Honestly.
no, I believe. Can she? Watch this. I'm about to throw one at you.
Talking to the mic louder, brother.
If I could tell you this, if she was somebody that would subscribe to the concepts within
Turn the
love,
lights up. He's
life,
about to cook.
hmm love, life, in the eyes of travel. If she subscribes to any of those content, any of the content of that book, then yeah, because there was something that I want to send a special shout out to Nathalie, Toutou Chéri, mon cher, merci. All right. Natalie said something really important. She said, we have to remember a lot of the discontent with her is that she was saving herself for marriage before moving on. Could it be those other men were not trying to marry her and she moved on? That was a pretty dope question. And that's one of the reasons I was saying that, I don't know why the divorce is. Normally, a few days you get the reason for the divorce. But outside of that, we got to give her respect. She wasn't out there. She got married. She did things the way that we teach our daughters to do things. One of the best things that I could say is her father did a hell of a good job.
Right.
He did a hell of a good job. There's tons of videos that show him not playing games for his daughter. And I believe that it was more nurture versus nature, which means that whatever took place within the context of her life and how she was moving, I believe, that those were the experiences that made her capable of being with a white person.
Right.
When I grew up, we grew up in the 90s. There was one point where I moved over to the 50s over Canarsie side. One of the first girls I kissed was a white girl.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's all about to me, for her, was nurture. She grew up in Compton, but she had the blessing to be able to travel the same way that you did, to travel to all different parts of the world. And her set of options expanded based on her set of experiences and the wealth, because of course wealth provides a high degree of options, right? So there's no way we could judge her. There's no way I could judge her, you know.
Hey, speaking, I love my guy Rico, but if you're gonna correct me, at least spell it right.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you a question. Hanifa, what do you think about that?
That's tough. That's tough.
What do you think about that? Because there is a disproportionate amount of qualified good women in comparison to qualified black men, and just in men in general, not just black. So what do you want her to do? What do you want her to do? Do you want her to marry down, like not marry down, because I like Nicki Minaj's husband. I like him. He represents a lot of things that I represent, but except for hopefully that part is not true. But if he does that, then he doesn't represent anything I represent. But outside of that, he represents things I represent. So maybe some women don't want to marry down. Maybe some women don't want to marry down. So she couldn't find a black man at that level that wanted to submit to her or commit to her, because most black men at that level are either married already or they're playboys. So what do you want her to do?
I mean, all I ask for any woman in this world, especially a black woman, is put a good faith effort in trying to attract a black man.
Well, hey, come up here, man. Come up here. We got to talk to you. We got to talk. We need you up here, brother. Turn the lights up. I hope we have 4. I hope we have 53 at minimum. We got to be at 50. Turn the lights up. We're doing good today. We're really doing good today, but we could do better. Turn the lights up. Jorge, I sent a link. It's right above what you said. Come inside here, brother. We need you. We need you for this one. All right,
George Dampier.
So go. What would you say? I'm sorry to cut you off, brother.
You know, just as a black individual, we need to put a good faith effort into each other, making sure that we're in the culture and understanding of the culture and why it's necessary to have black children, why it's necessary to keep the black family unit strong, why it's necessary to make yourself attractive to black men. And if you are a blurred or those who are deemed outcasts to the black experience, at least make a good faith effort when you do get approached by a black man to say, I am willing to pass my legacy on to another generation. Other than that, there's all you can ask for. I can't force nobody to say, hey, you know what? Only date black people. It's like, that's ridiculous. Everybody has a right to do what they want to do. Right. But when you have a good faith effort in which you're trying to actively pursue your race and your culture, try. Don't expect things to just jump in your lap.
Right. Listen, we got Georgie up here, and I appreciate you coming up. I'm not going to bring him up until we get 55 likes. Right now we at what, 46, and he has a real situation because this has affected this person seriously. This is the reason why my fiance is white and I struggle trying to date black women growing up. So now we're going to talk about the racial implications of marrying interracially, but we're going to look from the lens of Serena Williams, being an affluent black woman. See, men used to go through his problems. Now women are going through his problem as they move up socioeconomically. We have 59 people. This is amazing.
Hey, King.
Yeah.
I wanted to say thing because I don't want us to get too far down the line. Some men look at athletic women and they find them unattractive.
Ooh, okay. Keep it spicy. We here for that. Keep it spicy.
I'm sorry. Candace Parker. Candace Parker right now is looking hot on the court. I watch the Olympics and I don't care what anybody say. You look at some of them Jamaican team, you look at some of our American team. the polo team,
Right.
the
But
100-yard dash.
but you said
He,
some people don't find her. Some men,
he Black's pants is cooking right now.
but some people don't find her attractive. Why? Why?
Well, a lot of men don't like muscular, athletic women.
But what does that have to do with building an empire and passing on legacy wealth, generational wealth?
It's the intimidation factor. I think. I think a lot of men just get intimidated by the fact that my woman it can bench more than me. They want softness, and they don't understand that it. If you want softness, just use extra seasoning and tenderize the meat.
Right. So listen, do we have 55? Because I want to bring them up. I want to bring them up. Please, let's not waste any time. We got to get to the spicy topics. This is not a spicy topic. This is just a topic that just to warm up the room. Where is the 55, 60? We need that. Where we at now?
46, it looks like. 47.
Man, listen, I need 3 more, man. I need 3 more. Give me that.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Some guys really like I've heard some guys be like, "Oh, the WNBA ain't got nobody looking good in there." I'm like, "Have you seen the girl?"
Yeah, but the question with that is, one thing is to find them attractive, but are you going to marry them?
I mean, if I was it, I would try.
That's it. We need
if
50
I'm about legacy.
We need 50 to 55. Come on, talk to me. We need that.
Wasn't it
please subscribe to the page. Thank you.
Now we're speaking about an interracial couple. LeVar Ball, his wife is white, but she was also an athlete, I think, right?
You're right.
Yeah, she was definitely an athlete.
Yeah.
He said the thing is what he said. He was like, "Listen here.
I need to get Georgie up here.
My wife.
I need to get Georgie up here.
I was going to have my babies.
Let's get Georgie up here. Let's keep silent, brothers, until they get that 50, 55, because this is ridiculous. We at 50 right now. George, I'm bringing you up, but don't say too much. All right, let's do it until we get that 55. Georgie.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good evening.
First of all, King, we want to thank you for coming on this panel. We want to thank you for your transparency. We want to thank you for your bravery talking to the mic, brother, because you decided to come up here and speak your truth. And shout out to Chichi. I fixed the website for you so you could get the discount, 50% discount. But we want to say thank you, brother, and giving insight to us. I saw your comments from other shows we did, and I have nothing but gratitude for you. So what we're going to talk about, you have the right to tell us to chill out and not to get too deep, and we won't get too deep, but we have a tendency to ask spicy questions. So we want to ask you, why did you feel that you had a hard time dating Black women? And before you say that, let me make one thing clear with me.
Yeah.
I think any race, as long as you consider the Black man God, I will date you. That's my thing. When I say the Black man God, doesn't mean the literal God, but you revere me and you protect me. I will date you. I don't care what race. That's me. I'm sorry, Georgie. It's your floor, baby.
No, you're good. And I'm somewhat of the same thought, or at least mindset. In terms of why I had the issues dating Black women.
Right.
Just I don't know. I feel like, see, with me, like growing up, I was one of those people who could kind of transcend cliques, really. I didn't really belong to a certain group. I mean, I could really, for me, humor was always my way to get through people. So I could always fuck with pretty much everybody. So everyone, even if you didn't really fuck with me, you could at least say, man, he's pretty funny at least. So that was kind of like my past, really. And really, it honestly did help me with even some of the Black females I was trying to get with. But I feel like maybe that was pinning me more into an unserious character for them.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Georgie. The question is, are you Black?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the question. I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I know you're Black. but maybe they probably
Oh
said
yeah, no, I'm aware of how I sound.
your
So
tonation.
I
So I just
totally
want to.
forgot to get
That's why
people.
someone asked that. No, someone asked that question, so I wasn't trying to disrespect you. Also,
Yeah, you got
we're gonna bring
the
we're gonna bring
hood gonna
Abraham up
hire
here.
you to do interviews.
We're gonna bring Abraham up here we're gonna bring Abraham up here when we get 60 likes. And Abraham's gonna address this particular segment. Like I said, the rules now when we finish the segment, everybody goes down except for the three people, E Black, Chef, and I. But Abraham, by a shake of your head, you want to address this topic, yes or no? They can't see you but me. I can see you. I can't hear you, but I can see you. Just shake your head. You want to address this particular topic. Right? Yes or no? All right, perfect. All right. So we're gonna bring him up when we get 60. But I want you to tell us about your experiences, why you had a hard time dealing with Black women, and how does that relate to the Serena Williams situation?
Well, let's just continue. Like I said, I think there's maybe just a certain seriousness that they may not have seen in me. Sorry, I'm just looking at Phil's comment just now.
Right.
But yeah, maybe, and I just maybe assumed that was just the case with just females across the board. Just growing up, just thinking like, maybe, being the funny thing isn't really helping me in this aspect because they're not taking me serious. Kind of like you would hear like Pryor talked about it once. It's just like, niggas laugh at me all the time, but like I'm trying to get a point across and they just don't take me serious. And that's what I kind of maybe felt like was the case then. But this is kind of like high school to early 20s. I mean, I'm 31 years old. So,
Okay.
I'm kind of just getting into the grown man shit,
Right.
like more or less just recently. But in terms of how it maybe would relate to, Serena Williams, I mentioned it earlier. I just think that she just maybe just wanted to get into just like a new experience, pretty much. Maybe was thinking that, it was just the grass is greener on the other side there, and let me just see what this is like. Because truthfully, she was with like Drake, and I guess there was some other entertainers, and it was, and Drake's kind of a square to me. So like if you can't find solid or any type of peace with that emotional dude, then and I'm not to say that well, again, I'm trying to figure out who's the other person that she dated. Like, there was another entertainer that were
Common Sense, but
that,
Drake is a playboy. I think his album was called Certified Lover Boy at that, his last album. He's a playboy.
yeah, okay. But you know what I mean though, right? Like he's still like, even amongst like his peers of like, if he's with a group of dudes that are just out womanizing, you would still look at him almost as a nerd amongst those people.
Right.
But still, like, I just think she maybe just wanted to try to get something different and say, and I'm kind of that, I guess you could say Kevin Samuels thinking of, where some women just think that, because maybe their poor behavior just isn't being reciprocated well with one race, they're going to go to another and then just find it out that, no, you're going to find out whoever it is, regardless of the race of that person. And the fact that she, and I don't really know much about this guy either, but if he, if they can't get anything, because he seems to be, another square to me as well, then, like, that's probably an issue with her than it is to say it is with some of the other guys. Because, seriously, think about it. And you look at the spectrum of men that we just mentioned, they're all rather different. Like, nothing, like,
all
they
of
don't,
them are wealthy.
they seem similar.
Well,
Well, yeah, of course.
They're all
but
prominent.
That's always going to be.
Right. And they all have a high degree of respect. Now I'm pushing back, but I'm loving your swag, Georgie. Real talk. Thank you for joining. So let's try to flip the paradigm.
Talking to the mic, brother. Talking to the mic.
Let's try to flip this paradigm a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
First thing, we may be speaking from a point of assumption that she didn't want to
55
date black
likes.
guys.
Let's get
You get what I'm
Abraham up
saying?
here.
She's from Compton. She's from the hood. She came up, her and Venus came up in the hood, you know? And who knows? Maybe she likes squares. Common, been considered somewhat of a square in terms of the scene. Drake, you know, the streets considered him a square, all right? Alex Ohanian, he was a computer developer who created Reddit. He's worth about 70 to 100 million is the actual number, right? So maybe she likes nerds. I don't know if I literally want to conflate who she chose with an actual decision not to be with a black man or marry a black man when we look back and we see out of the three most known dates or three most known mates that she's had, 66.67 of them were black. The white guy married her. So maybe we should start kind of taking a look in a different arena in terms of how we address that question, because Natalie spoke on that. You know, we didn't hear about her being engaged before. We didn't. She was with two brothers. You got three, 2 out of 3, 66.67%. So the question becomes, are we asking the right question? Are we asking the right question? Or are we basing our question on an assumption that, you know, she couldn't get success with the brothers? I think it potentially may go deeper than that. She's from Compton. She's been around brothers. She's been around some of the toughest street brothers in the world. You know, my family's from Haiti. You know how many Haitian girls I've dated? One. You know, why is that? Sometimes that close recognition, maybe she reminded me of my cousins and my sisters and my aunties and them. You know, and sometimes we as people venture off from what our parents do, and we do something different. And she gave him her womb.
Do you think that's somewhat? Do you think that's somewhat of fetishism in a way?
Ooh, talk your shit, baby. Talk your shit. Abraham,
Fetishes.
Abraham, jump in. Because I see you shaking your head, brother. Jump in, brother.
Fetishes.
Is can you hear me?
Yes, you can, brother.
Okay, yeah, most definitely. What's up, E Black? What's up, Chef? I definitely think it is a fetish.
Okay. He gonna get it spicy. He gonna get it spicy.
But and it's a fetish on the part of the white men, but it's also a fetish, at least to my mind, it's a fetish on the part of Serena Williams. And one thing I notice about some dark-skinned sisters, especially in California, because I lived in California for a little bit, they have a light-skinned baby fetish. You'd be surprised at how many will get with the white guy simply because they want to have a lighter skinned baby because they don't want their daughter or their kids to go through what they went through being dark skinned. That's a real thing, right? So yeah, I wanted to talk about that, your title, because your title is definitely serious. Is dependency a sickness? I think.
Oh no, we didn't get to that. We didn't get to that yet.
Okay, my bad.
That's at the end. That's and once again, I want to make that let me know that's a very triggering conversation,
Okay.
and we're gonna bring you back up for that.
We just doing appetizers right
that's
now.
the appetizers right now.
Cocktail hour.
Right.
The only reason why I say that is because with the whole Serena Williams thing, it all ties into that.
Okay, well, we want to keep that because you gonna take it. You gonna take it there, man. I know. I see in your eyes. You gonna take it there. So let's hold them gems back, brother. If you don't mind, please, please. Thank you. So, Rico, talk to me. Where we at?
Hey,
You hear me, brother. How you doing, gentlemen? How you doing, OG? We appreciate you to be here. Thank you so much.
okay, I'm doing well, gentlemen, and thank you for inviting me. Let me first apologize to Mr. E. Black. I'm a fan of his, and I apologize for the misspelling, but my intent is honorable and true.
I'm just trolling, my guy.
Right.
I got you.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm a big troll myself. On the topic of Serena Williams, I think we need to be careful when we start ascribing people's motives for being in interracial marriages. I will preface in the fact that I'm on my third marriage. My first two marriages were to African American women. My third and final marriage is to a Latina woman. I married each and every one of these women for the same reason, and their race had nothing to do with it.
Take your time, brother.
It was all in how, and I only say this because I try to be careful with my words. I'm kind of new to this YouTube thing.
You don't have to be careful here. Say what you mean.
Well,
mean what
right,
you
and I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm pretty I'm transparent, and I'm sorry I'm getting a little feedback. Let me try this. Serena Williams, I believe she connected with this gentleman, and I think I read the story. They met at a restaurant, and he came over to her, and he spoke to her, and it seemed genuine to me. I didn't see a black-white story. I saw a love story.
Ooh, okay.
And the way I saw he was interested in her, he went to her and he approached her the same way I approached my first wife, my second wife, and my last wife. I don't know if that was because she was black or because she was a woman that he was attracted to. And if that is the case, why are we dismissing his love for her because he's a white man?
Right. So here's one thing. The issue I see that the community is having an issue with it is because you went to a white man. This is not my issue. This is not my personal issue. You went to a white man and failed. You could have done that with a black guy.
But she didn't go to him. He came to her. He approached her.
Right, but she accepted.
Yes. And she would have willingly probably accepted it the same from a black man if he approached her the same way.
You absolutely right. You're right.
I can't go to her and smack her on the ass, and I can't say boo and ma and all that, and then say when she don't respond to that, well, she ain't black enough. Well, she don't want to be smacked on the ass.
You right. You right.
But
we are not monolithic.
Right.
We believe, or the community believes, that we all have to act a certain way. And the way he described the way he went at her is the way that I've always went at women. And I didn't think that was a white guy pull-up move. I just thought that's the way gentlemen approach women.
Right.
You kind of nerdy. You might get shot down. You might get rejected, but it's not no big deal. The story I read, she was with her friends. He tried to make his little move. She kind of blew him off a little bit. He was a little bit more persistent. And eventually she went in.
Right.
That's everyday shit.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Ibrahim, what you was going to say, because you have some pushback. And I want Chef to close out.
Yeah, no, I was saying that I don't know the brother's name, but he started off by saying we shouldn't make an assumption that Brother Rico said we shouldn't make an assumption that that the reason why Serena's husband got with her is because she's black, or she got with him because he's white. But now he's making an assumption that the black men in her life didn't approach her correctly or smacked her on the backside. That's a little bit hypocritical, and you're painting brothers in a bad light. All brothers don't walk around just smacking black women on the backside.
He got a point. I will say that. I heard exactly what he heard.
Okay, but let me preface this. I don't mean brothers are walking around smacking girls on their ass. That was just the performative nature of me saying, everybody know we say black guys got swag. Cool. We perform in a different manner. We don't feel like we have to be nerdy. So the community projects that belief that, you know, if I say all brothers wear dreads, or their pants hanging off their butt, or they all rap, you know, I'm a 57-year-old black man. I know that's not true. I know that's bullshit. But the same stereotypes we have about each other, we have about white people. It's white boys with swag. You can forget that bullshit. Alex might got swag.
Right. So here's the thing. I want to ask Georgie, because he just came back. Thanks for coming back, Georgie. Georgie, do you think when the men that courted Serena were just using her to be on a bucket list, or did they really want to marry her?
You know, I can never really speak to another man's intent, but I would give any man any benefit of the doubt, at least from their mid-20s on, that they're trying to at least date intentionally, which means that they are looking to, you know, start a family, get married, start a family, you know, and so forth. So I would say yes. I would say yeah. They're definitely not trying to, you know, get anything on a bucket list. You know, there's some that probably would, but I would assume Serena would have, you know, a good head on her shoulders to kind of spot that out.
Okay. We're about to leave this topic. We want to have a closing words from Chef, and we're gonna put the brothers back down. But if you want to come up for the other topic, just stay in the backstage, because it's gonna be one more topic before we get to the real juicy one. So Chef, close out, please.
All right. So here's what I got. I definitely like the fact that we didn't try to broach certain aspects of the topic too closely, but there was one particular piece, and Maat, you know, she did mention, she stated, you painted this white man as approaching Serena nobly and black men as less than noble. You did a whole lot of assuming about their relationship based on the reading. And what I got especially from the emotional outpour that Rico gave, I think that there was some personal pain and hurt that was trapped in there related to his own specific situation, because he was using terms. Normally when we lean on certain terms, it kind of shows you where the cerebral cortex is taking you. He was talking about, you know, them black guys with swag and the cool ones and the smack them on the ass. And, you know, I think that with his situation, I think it was more personalized, internalized, and he was probably sharing his reasons for not being with his sister and reflecting them onto Serena. You know?
Or the expectations of a black man.
Because it's like you're using stereotypes to destroy stereotypes, and it doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I think that brother needs a hug. But now, whatever took place, you know, we're making assumptions about the types of men and what they were doing and what they did not do. There was somebody that said something once, we talked about the topic earlier. What they said was, how do we know it wasn't her fault? You get what I'm saying? How do we know it wasn't her fault? We don't know, because in the end, You know, she was with 2 other people that we know of, plus she got married. The marriage is not working. So this is one I think we may have to double back on once more intel comes out.
Right. All right. So listen, we're on the second topic for today. And I want to thank everybody that came up. I kept 4 people up there. We're going to bring the other guys back up. I really want to talk about what Meek Mill said today on Twitter. He said, I do not recycle my lovers. Once again, he said, I do not recycle my lovers. I want to ask you brothers on stage right now, and anybody wants to come up, they shake their head, and I know you come up, and I'll put the invite on the chat. I just want you to let me know. Let me know. How do you feel about going back to lovers that you had before? Do you feel that, hey, listen, I'm grown now, I evolved, and I want to revisit this situation because I'm in a better state financially or emotionally or mentally? Or do you think once you let someone go, you let them go? Right? Some people like, man, I gotta go back because she has some good other, right? Right? Or some people say, I want to go back because I don't want to have to train you to teach me how to love me again. Right? Some people don't want to deal with that again. They don't want to have to reteach, especially if you get older. Right? What do you fellas think about going back to a previous lover? And I'm talking about like maybe the one you loved in 8th grade, or the one you loved in high school, the one you loved in college, or somebody you knew 5 years ago. And because y'all were separated because of distance, how do you feel about recycling lovers? And is that healthy for men or women? Women, chime in the chat. Flowers, please chime in and let us know, how do you feel about recycling lovers? If you have recycled lovers before. Fellas, let me know. Abraham, talk to me.
I've never done that. But there's a saying that sometimes people don't appreciate your presence until they experience your absence. You know, so sometimes people don't appreciate what they have until they no longer have it. And so that may be that's one of the reasons why I feel like sometimes people go back to old lovers. The other being that that person is a stopgap. Like maybe for whatever reason, they might be lonely. Maybe they want to get some. Maybe they, the woman wants the security of being with a man, and so she knows she can always go back to him until she finds someone better. So myself, I haven't done that.
Okay. All right. E Black, talk to me, brother.
I hate to say it, but yeah, I've done it. I've been victim of it plenty of times, and I've actually been the perpetrator trying to run things back. So, it's more or less sometimes you, depending on the stage of your life and your emotional baggage at the moment, sometimes you want that old feeling back and you want what was good at the moment, and you might not be happy at your current state of mind. So you say, you know what? I remember 2 or 3 years ago, I was feeling good. I want that old feeling back. Or I wonder what this person is doing right now. I wonder if they've matured enough. Sometimes it's about hope. Sometimes you say, hey, you know what? 2 years off away from me, I hope she learned a lesson. It could be a lot of different things. I will almost say that, the duration of a recycled love is almost just the duration of a recycled pizza. It's only good for so long, and you can't reheat it. You really can't reheat pizza after a day or two, man. It gets stuck in the refrigerator and it's hard. The cheese get burnt. It's done. You got to let it go. Throw it away.
That's kind of crazy, because that's like saying that you don't want to acknowledge that people do grow and they do come back to the person. Maybe you weren't ready. Not you, Black, I'm just talking in general. But maybe you weren't ready to appreciate that person at that time. Or vice versa. She wasn't ready to appreciate you at that time. So should she be punished because she wasn't ready 10 years ago, 5 years ago?
All I'm saying is that, you know, in most situations that I've found is that, you know, it's hard to really take the amount of time and then act like you put yourself in a coma and then you act 10 years later, you wake up and you're just the same person. Yeah, you're the same person, but that person has gained more experience. That person has gone through more trauma. They want more changes. And you can't just automatically just plug in right where you left off. Sometimes people do get back together, you know? Sometimes it does work like that. Sometimes it starts off in one way and then it, you know, as you both your experience life, you can reconcile the differences. But for the most cases, how you started off your relationship is how you most likely ended it. And when you try to restart it, you're really just starting off at a disingenuous point that both of you guys are just ignoring the fact that you may not be compatible. I'm gonna be real. We can't. I'm just gonna be real about that. Sometimes y'all be sticking in relationships and going back with the same dude for too dang long.
Georgie, how do you feel about recycling relationships?
Never done it. Don't advise it. Sorry if you hear my son in the back. Yeah, I mean, if you guys, you know, already cut it off, then, you know, why are you going to just revisit that? Sorry, I'm going to just dip out just for a quick moment.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get back in later on, though. Just going to get myself better.
Definitely. So, Rico, what do you think? We can't hear you, brother. We can't hear you. Press mute. Unmute.
Yes. Sorry about that. I've
already
told you, gentlemen, I'm on my third marriage, so I don't believe in recycles. I just don't.
Right.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I don't do the recycle.
So there's nothing in the first marriage that you found valuable to keep, or even at least revisit.
I will be clear. There are things that I've taken from every relationship I've had in my life that I take forward into the next relationship. So I'll take the good. I don't think they were all bad. I just don't feel it necessary to revisit it. I've known people who've done it. I don't want to make the same mistake twice. And I've seen that's my reluctance, is I've seen people go back into the relationship and then it be the same problems or worse again. It's just like the first time. It's 50-50. It's always 50-50. It's 50-50 the first time. It's 50-50 the second time. I'd rather screw up again with somebody new. That's just a Rico thing. I'm the weirdo.
I respect it. You know, last but not least, Chef, close it out. Let me know what's going on. But also, we need a woman to come up. I prefer Natalie to come up. That flower, I need the flower Natalie or Dawn to come up and tell me how you feel about recycling your lovers. Chef?
So, yeah. So on my piece, I don't want to assume toxicity. And if, you know, I think that you know, a pretty decent looking dude. You know what I'm saying? And in terms of my life and my past and my history, everything was not a toxic breakup. Everything was not no big cheating thing. Sometimes it just was, I was 18, she was 18 and 19, and, you know, we were dealing with each other. And at some point, as we started to grow, we might have grown in a different direction and split amicably. And then later on, years later, after we've gone through, you know, been weathered by the storm of life and grown into the true people that we've become, you know, and if we happen to see each other at that point, we actually understand some of the positives and negatives from the past that we would be willing to deal with, or which were deal breakers. And also, it eliminates a certain level of the ice breaking because we know where that person came from, which means that now we just need to learn the person that they've evolved into. So, you know, there was a couple of girls that I ended up dealing with, who I dealt with in my teens or early 20s, and I ended up dealing with later on in life. And it was dynamic. It was dynamic. There was nothing negative about it. Now, if you talk about some toxic violent situation, hell no. But we got to go back to that scripture that, and believe it or not, as gangsters, King and I sing, we talk scripture in the daytime. And, you know, it was the scripture talking about time, everything coming in its time. You know, you go to the market right now, you go get you some pancake mix, you want to make banana pancakes, you grab your bag of bananas, but guess what? Your timing is off, because to make banana pancakes, see some chef talk, to make banana pancakes, the bananas got to start to get brown and extra soft, where all of the sweetness can be extracted from it. It transitions and develops into a different flavor profile. So as we as people, even though we met in the beginning, we may have developed into our ultimate flavor profiles, which complements each other's dish, you know? So maybe it was a second opportunity. And I appreciate what Abraham said about, you know, what he said about absence, you know, that was the best foil for my long-winded ass. That was it right there, you know. So sometimes timing makes everything happen. Timing, we talked about that. We keep talking about that, King. Timing, you know. So it all depends on the level of toxicity and the timing.
Do you think that people can't get back with their previous lover because there's still some level of resentment?
It shouldn't be a level of resentment, because in order to if you have resentment for somebody that doesn't see you, then they're living rent free in your head, and you need to pay a little rent to the therapist to get them the hell up out of your head, right? So when the person that you resented, at some point when you move past your 5 stages of grief, you actually thank them for not being, you appreciate them not being there, but you also look at them as that lesson you needed to have, that you didn't have to have at a more pivotal point in your life span, you know? So resentment, if it's at the point of resentment, then look the other way. Is no point.
All right, let me ask E Black a question. People talk about the physical recycling of their lovers, like the same person. But I think, and that's why I posted Hanifa, I think people recycle their prototype of the lover. Like that same personality, not the person, but the personality. So, and that's in my book. When I talk about I was chasing Rebel Soul throughout the world, and I would meet Rebel Soul in different people. It would still be Rebel Soul, but it'd be different people. So do we recycle personality types? And we want to talk to Rico, because he's been married 3 times, so maybe he could attest to that. And Abraham, what do you feel about that? But E Black, drop some gems on us, please.
That's you know, I definitely think you are constantly chasing, and that's why it's hard to. I always say for women, sometimes, you know, don't try to jump into too many relationships, because then this imaginary man becomes almost impossible, because each individual man may bring a certain uniqueness to themselves. So I've done it plenty of times, you know, like you say, I totally understood in your book where you were talking about Rebel Soul. I was constantly chasing Rebel Soul girl. She was constantly on my mind. I needed her to smell the certain way. I needed her to wake up a certain way. Her shadow had to be against the wall a certain way. We had to have conversations and smoke and drink in a certain way. And that becomes almost a hindrance to your growth in relationships. Because you may meet a person who's far more experienced too early. Now you're trying to catch up to that experience, and that would stifle your growth. So, you know, for the most part, like I say, you know, try in a relationship to give your all. Try to Appreciate the person that you're with. Show that person that you're with that you care. Give your all. Don't hide anything, because then you'll always feel like you cannot give that person your all. You didn't give that relationship your all, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Listen, I want to make an announcement. Shout out to just a guy who gives up. He just informed me right now. This is why I brought out the Ethiopian honey wine. This is a very special Ethiopian honey wine. You can't get this anywhere. This is in Massawa restaurant, the oldest African restaurant in New York City. They sell it here. Ethiopian honey wine. We just hit our first K views on our first video. Thank you so much to all the rocks and flowers. I only been up here for a week, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to Chef. I'm grateful to E Black. I'm grateful to Daryl. I'm grateful to all the men, Abraham, Rico. We hit our first 1K on our first video ever, and I only been
4
here
days. 4 days, baby.
4 days. I've been 4 days.
We put up sick. You can include.
I'm opening up this wine. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this wine when we get to our 500 subscribers. But I want to say thank you. I'm grateful for everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. And we're gonna keep on dropping these gems, and we're gonna keep on having these conversations where it's not gonna be one-sided. And I'm glad, Rico, I saw your comment before. We're not one-sided. We want everybody to speak. Everybody have their opinion, because we need his wisdom. We need Abraham's wisdom. We need E Black's personality, his talent. We need everything from E Black. And we know this show cannot be possible without Chef. Chef creates the balance. Thank you so much. Do we have 75? Because I really want to get on the topic of Stockholm. We haven't been wasting time, but we haven't gotten spicy yet. And I know Abraham has something to say about Stockholm Syndrome. And I'm telling all the flowers in the room, please leave the room. It's going to be very triggering. And to all the flowers, and when we say flowers, we mean women. If you have something to say, because you are a woman and we can't tell women how to feel, we want you to come on stage and let's talk about the Stockholm Syndrome. So are we at 70? We at 64? Give me 70 before I bring it up, please. Before we start talking about it. Give me, until then, everybody give their page and their YouTube page, because we need people to follow you, starting with the boss man himself, Chef.
Yep.
Chef?
Talk to me.
Yeah, talk your page, social media page.
Oh, yeah, it's Chef. It's at Chef Shupino. That's my IG page. And on YouTube, you just pull up Chef Shupino. Right now, we got some things cooking in the heater. You're gonna probably see a teaser video so far, but I got you covered. We got some good content we're about to drop. And remember, it's not just what we're doing here. I'm going to be cooking. I'm going to be preparing dishes. I'm going to be venturing out into the community and showing you some of the dope restaurants. And I'm also going to be participating in some travel to expose you guys, not just like we're doing here, to my mental paradigm shifts, but, give you a food paradigm shift as well. So it's pretty exciting. I'm trying to keep this thing as organic as possible, so welcome to the ride.
They said, can you drop the link, please? Can you drop the link? That's what they were saying. Can you drop the link? You can put it part of your name.
Yeah, I got you.
Put it part of your name and stuff like that. Thank you very much. E Black, tell me about your page one more before we move to the hot topic of the day. I need them to know where they can reach you at and everything.
Yeah, make sure y'all, like I said, when you get to the YouTube search bar, hit E Black TV.
I got a chef. Maricella's gonna post it up every time everybody says something. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, make sure you hit E Black TV, all one word. You won't find it E Black space TV. It'll be E Black TV, all one word. Also, if you want to get more personal, www.eblack.tv, eblack.tv. I also have a newsletter on there, so if you want to get in, leave your email in there. So, we working, man.
Right.
We working.
Let's Chef Chaponi. Abraham, how can the flowers and the rocks
Shapino.
Shapino. Sorry, Shapino. Abraham.
I might have to change that shit.
I apologize. Abraham, can you please tell us how we can reach you, how they can get in contact with you? Because we're not like every other page. I want everybody to get the same thing I got. We here to help each other. We're not here to step on each other and get to the top. Everybody eats.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that.
E Black, Maricela, put E Black's thing up there, please. Look it up.
Yeah, currently, I'm working on changing some, so I'm kind of like making some of the videos private and just planning a restart. But it's AK on Fire is the YouTube channel. Same thing on Twitter and Instagram.
I repeat it again. What's the name again, so she can put it down?
It's AK on Fire.
AK on viral. Okay.
Fire.
Okay. AK on Fire. AK on Fire. Perfect. Okay. Rico, last but not least, talk to me.
I'm Rico. I don't have a YouTube channel.
Right.
I'm just an avid follower of content that I found on YouTube. And I will say this first and foremost, after seeing your content and your message and the way that you guys are delivering, you inspired me to come out. I've just been purely a consumer of the product that you guys are putting out. And I wanted to come forth and lend my voice because I've always been in the shadows. I've maybe on other channels that we will not speak of, I've been involved in a group, but I've never called in because a lot of shows, the messages and the substance did not resonate with me. But when I saw what you were doing and the counter narrative of some of the toxicity that I've seen existed, that's why I really rock with you, E Black. Misspellings and all. And I've understood everything that you've said, things that I've seen you ridiculed for. And I'm like, I understand everything he's saying and I support it. That's what compelled me to come up and to say, hey, I just want to come from behind the shadows, lend my voice and put a face and say, hey, your message is cutting through. It cut through to me. And I'm, like I said, I'm an old head, but it's cutting through because it's the truth. It's balanced. It's nuanced. And I want you to do it more. And Chef, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you're, I'm ready. I've never had therapy in my life, but if I ever wanted therapy, I'd come and sit on your couch.
Wow.
So, dude, you be saying some things, and I'm just like, wow, and I only say, I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but there's so much stuff that's permeating out there on YouTube that's just garbage. Just garbage. And I don't even think it's just one particular channel. I think it's a lot of it. That they're misinforming people. They're misinforming people in our community. They're just tarnishing us. And I just think it's for the grift. But that's all I have to say. But I will continue to support and rock with you. I got 5 sons. This is what I want them to hear. Is this message.
Somebody asked, first of all, Rico, thank you so much for giving us our roses. And you will always have a VIP pass into Conversations with King. Anytime you want to come up, we all agree you will have a VIP pass because you kept it so thorough. And don't mind me because I do get ignorant at times. I will get ignorant.
I'm here for that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna get very ignorant at times, but for the most
here
part,
for that too.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm here to keep my balance and grace. But can you give that page one more time because they want to know, Chef?
Yeah, it's Chef Shupino. It's CHEF Shupino. CHOUPINO. The same way you see it. Just to let you know, Shupino is a name that was given to me by my grandmother that I inherited from my father. It's a long story, but so and you can find that more about on his page. He's going to drop that when his page drops. You're going to know more about Chef. Chef just came here to put the lion in the cage because if he wasn't here, I'll go crazy. I'll go after everybody. To be honest with you. So I'm just being real with y'all. So when he felt that I'm calmed down,
He's going to start his page, and we all going to follow him and do what he needs to do. And because I get ignorant sometimes, so I don't. He can't. He's a very important man. He don't want to be associated with that. So we're going to keep it cool while the emperor is here. But when he leaves, when the emperor goes to sleep and the cage is open, I'm tearing up heads. I don't care what nobody say. Everybody in that channel, that network is getting torn up. That's it. That's it. I don't care. All right. And one more thing. Before we get into a really hot topic, can I get ignorant for can I get a moment? Can I get King ignorant for 1 minute? Or no? Let it go.
Hey, put a timer on him. Put a timer on him.
Yeah,
Give him 30 seconds.
Yeah, can I get 30 seconds ignorance, please? Or no?
15.
Hold on, we got 69 likes. Let's get to 70 and then we'll
I know what I'm gonna get ignorant until y'all get to I'm gonna get ignorant until y'all get to 70. First of all, let me tell y'all something. Shout out to my Haitian brother JB. I know he was in the chat before, and he had a lot to say before. I wasn't really jacking him. If you look at the Lauren interview we had together, he was the guy that was causing issues before. He also caused issues with Anton, to be honest with you. But I appreciate him. He's an intelligent man, but he looks like a dude that doesn't make his bed in the morning. He looks like a grimy dude. He looks like a dude that doesn't brush his teeth. To me, I want to say something to JB, and it hurts me. You see brothers and sisters on a panel, and they're trying to do good, and you want to be ignorant. You want to act foolish, and you claim that you're from Brooklyn, but you're not from Brooklyn. You moved out of Brooklyn when you were 14 years old. Everybody knows you're not a New Yorker unless you went to high school in New York and you went through that struggle in New York. You're not who you say you are. But what I'm going to say to you, JB, you're always welcome back on the show. We didn't cut you off like that kid Anton, the dirty pastor, did. He cut you off. We didn't take you off. We kept you on, but you kept on being ignorant. What I want to let you know, JB, next time you come on here and we have a heated discussion, let the discussion stay on social media. Don't let that discussion become violent. That's corny. That's corny. Because no one is built like that. You're not built like that. And everybody knows no one is touching me physically.
Hey, King.
Right.
You mentioned something. You mentioned
that he doesn't fix his bed in the morning. You could tell he doesn't.
No, you mentioned something. I know this is gonna sound like I'm stirring the pot, but I would actually like to see you and Lauren on a second date.
What do we talk about?
Let's stir the pot, man. Let's stir the pot one time.
So should I reveal some of the level of discussion that we had, King?
Yeah.
So it was what I wanted to do. I'm an accomplished chef. I do this thing here. Multiple, international cuisine, high end, low end. We do what we do over here. I said one of the most beautiful things, because one of the conversations is, what the hell, where's Lauren? I haven't, you know what I mean? I haven't seen her, especially with the presence that she generated. So one of the things I said was, bro, why don't we set up a meal so you can sit down with Lauren and have a meal, and I will host the meal, and I would be the chef that would prepare the food and libations for you guys to dine, break bread, and fellowship in the name of knowledge. You get what I'm saying? And we can do it as a broadcast, or just do it as three strong individuals, three, planets circling the sun, and create some level of greatness, But of course, when kings build, we build differently than when we build with the queens and the flowers, because there's a different approach that we have to take. So what better than taking that kind of approach? Me cooking, I don't normally cook for myself. I cook for others. Just being able to have somebody else dine and feast on a creation that I made makes me feel like Basquiat, that you're enjoying, and being nutritionally benefited by my creation. So real talk, like I said to anybody who I've communicated with from, let's call it over the pond, let's break bread, man. This is what I do.
I would love to have that sit down, whether it's virtual or actual physical, with Lauren. It's not a romantic thing. I don't want to pursue anything relationship wise with her, but I want to sit down with her and talk to her. And I would love to have the lead attorney there as well. So she could put us face to face, because I never dissed the lead attorney. I only rebutted to what he said about me. I would love for him to sit next to a real black man, a real heterosexual black man. Shots. I would love for him to sit next to a real heterosexual black man and have these conversations with a real black woman, right? If he's willing, because
King.
It's easy to be.
Started it, E-Black.
King. The only reason why I brought it up, the only reason why
I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know. Listen, and you can go and tell him.
You gotta relax.
No. Listen, because listen. Let me keep it real with you. And tell the lead attorney I said this.
No. What we gonna do is like I said, it's a friendly. We just want to show. We want to present how men feel a black woman should be addressed.
Okay,
and that's why I said it would be interesting to see a second date, because essentially there's an aspect that I felt that was not really truly represented in gentlemanly ways.
Right. And I want to say you're right. He could take her on her date, and I'll take her on mine. And as a friend, because I don't want to objectify Lauren. I'm just letting you know. He don't want no smoke with me. The only smoke he deserves and he wants, I'll give him a 15% discount. All right, I'll give him a 15% discount on the smoke that he wants, but he don't want smoke.
What you did there.
Yeah, he don't want any smoke with me, because at the end of the day, the lead attorney is a good dude. He's very intelligent. He's very informative, but he's not entertaining. And for you to make fun of a book that you called it a pamphlet that I wrote in prison at night when they had gang fights and the CEOs were trying to hurt me, and call it a pamphlet, and this is a way for me to earn a honest living, which helps me live in a luxury duplex in the city, you should be ashamed of yourself. So what I'm going to do is, whenever he wants to have a conversation, and he doesn't have to, because he's 60,000 followers up. But remember one thing, the difference between me and every one of them, I got sponsorship before I had my first video. You're playing with a different type of person right now.
So yeah, I think that is actually a good. What do you think, Abraham? I'm trying. This guy here.
What do I think about the whole? You talking about the Lauren situation?
Never mind. I think we got 73 likes.
Right. Let's just get off of it. But Abraham, you had something to say. But shout out to motherfucking the lead attorney. You are doing your thing, and more props to you. But when it comes to women, please stay in your lane. Please stay in your lane. Because I'm telling you, we all see through the act. We see it. Dave Chappelle had a whole show about it. Let's go. Thank you, Abraham.
Oh, I'm sitting back. I'm waiting for you to get to the main course.
Okay. Rico, anything? Rico, you got anything? I love y'all, because y'all brothers keep me balanced. Y'all mature. Mature.
Just to follow up with E-Black, I would just say, I just think as gentlemen, we should be mindful of the fact that we are talking about a sister,
yes,
a black woman, and obviously we all find her attractive, but I don't think we want to objectify her in a manner that we're doing as the lead attorney or you, King. Best man wins, but it's always a woman's choice.
Yes,
and I don't want us to be moved off of that spot in the way that we shouldn't even be talking about her at all. At the end of the day, she'll show her interest to whoever she shows her interest to. It probably won't be either one of you guys.
Who knows? That's a fact.
Yeah,
Rico, that's a fact. Thank you. And that's why you have.
I'm done.
That's why you on here, because you kept it 100%. E Black started trouble. I like it though. It was fun trouble though. Shout out to my brother Willie Dean. I want y'all to know, see that name right there. Willie Dean went to Boston College with me. He played ball for Boston College. He transferred to Purdue. He was an engineering major. He ended up playing basketball in Russia. He actually speaks fluent Russian. He's a black man from Schenectady, New York. This man he's going to open a center dedicated to STEM for the kids in Schenectady, New York. These are the people I rock with. These are my friends. So when people start to make fun of me and they don't know who I am and who I'm associated with. How many guys y'all know speak fluent Russian? Oh, see?
But he's a white guy.
Oh, he's a white guy. All right. How about that? So what I'm saying, people got to be very careful with me, because I don't flex like I want to flex. You know how I flex? I flex through my friends' accomplishments, because you are who you hang with. You are who you hang with, and if you hanging with the dirty pastor and with pink Versace, you can't fuck with me. You can't fuck with me. All right. But anyway, Maricela, please put up the warning. We're about to get to the real hot topic. I'm sorry I went off a tangent. I went over 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but you need a little doses of ignorance. Thank you to the 4 brothers up there for keeping me calm. Right? And Anton, my name better be on top of your whiteboard that you say you have everybody you want to get against. It better be number 1 on your whiteboard. Trust me. I'm ready. Anyway, please, everybody, please be advised the following content may be identified as a triggering or offensive to some audiences. As always, please seek help from a professional. None of these men are professionally trained to prescribe any type of remedy or solution to help you with any issues that might be triggering from this conversation. I want you to be seriously, women, flowers, be very, 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 very careful with this conversation. And I want all the women to shout out to Rico, because he had a good point. Did I put it up there? Thank you, Rico. Women choose too. That's it. So we are sensitive to the power of women. And when I said it, I just said it because I was competitive. But we all know that Lauren has to choose whoever she wants to deal with. Make that very clear. I do not. Okay, I'm sorry. I do not degrade women, but Chef, you could knock it off, and I want to get to the topic.
Yeah, 2 things. One thing, in terms of what I was suggesting with the food, if that was me, is more or less delivering a gift. You know, one of my homeboys named John Cologne, when he moved in on my block. We were cool, right? And he used to cut hair. He moved in on the block, and the first time he came to chill and kick it with me and the homies, and he came to my house, he brought his clipper bag, and he said, "Yo, y'all need haircuts. I'm gonna hook you guys up," right? Olive branches don't only come in terms of war; they also come in terms of peace. So I just want you to know, OG Rico, that was more or less me positioning an olive branch to make that particular situation. I would have cooked for all of them. You get what I'm saying? To make that situation better. And that was just my olive branch. Second thing, I don't see you right now, but I hope you can hear me. Yo, I was moved, man. I didn't come into this thing to try and take people's platforms.
Nope.
I've been on YouTube for years. This voice that I have, that I use, I've used it for executives, for recording artists, for producers, for all kinds of people. I get paid to mentor people for one of the top 7 companies in the world. This my essence. I speak to white people, black people, whoever, and I just gotta say, bro, you moved the hell out of me with the compliment that you gave, OG, straight up and down. Like, I had to hit the camera off and just fall back like, whoa. When a black man tells you that, and a black man who's responsible for his own sons tells you, I would feel comfortable allowing my son to listen to you, I could turn this shit off and go to sleep, man. Like, you made my week, So like I said, if it's just one person that's not within my current love periphery, that I'm able to change and make them understand to see things in the light to the extent where they would share it with their children, the ones that we're most slated to protect. Fam, you move me. You move me, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. That's all I got, brother. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
I meant every word of it. I really did.
Let's get busy now. Let's get busy. I'm tired of throwing warning shots out. What I want to do right now, I want to give you the definition of Stockholm Syndrome. And then I'm going to give you examples of Stockholm Syndrome. And I want each of you brothers on the panel to tell me, and ladies, Flowers, sorry, I apologize, Flowers, you can always come up. And we are a solution-based show. We're not here just to have dialogue or discussion. We're here to provide solutions or a pathway to a solution. So Stockholm Syndrome. This is when
One second, King. Hey,
Yeah.
could you just drop the link one more time for them, just for the ladies?
For the what link?
The StreamYard link.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Just for the ladies, because I think they have a lot to say about these.
Yeah, I don't want.
conversation.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. They say I don't say sorry, he black. I always say sorry. The people that deserve that shit. Fuck is wrong with them? So, the definition of Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological response. It occurs when hostages or abuse victims bond with their captors or abusers. The psychological connection develops over the course of the days, weeks, months, or even years of captivity or abuse.
All right.
I brought this topic up today because Stockholm Syndrome is something that plagues not just relationships in our community, but our entire community. On every level, social, political, economic. We have become accustomed to the people that have oppressed us. We have begun to love the people that have oppressed us. And we are even emulating the traits of those who have oppressed us. From an individual level to a community level. I want us to really sit down and talk about what does Stockholm Syndrome really mean to each and every one of us? How has it impacted the way we think, we move, and the dynamics of our community? And also, what are the ways for someone to remove themselves out of Stockholm Syndrome? And we already know one solution is seek professional help, but how do you provide that for your community? Where does your community go to seek professional help? An individual can, but can a community do that? Right? Is it the church? Is it the mosque? What is it? Right? But what we want to do is talk about the relationship first. So I'm going to give you an example of how Stockholm Syndrome is. There was a time that King was a world traveler. I used to travel the world. I used to travel like 2 or 3 countries every month. At that time, I was a student at Columbia University. Hence, if you do the timing, you can see the money that I allegedly took from Columbia University. It was used to travel the world, cultural capital. I'm just being honest. I'm not justifying it. It wasn't right, but I'm telling you my story. I had the pleasure of going to India. It was under the auspices of Columbia University for a study tour. We went to India for 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks, we did the Golden Triangle backwards. So the Golden Triangle backwards is Mumbai, New Delhi. No, I'm sorry. Mumbai, Agra, New Delhi. That's backwards. When I landed in Mumbai, This is king. I had a bow tie on. I had a navy blazer, khaki pants. I was an academic. I was a professional. You would have been like, "Yo, this is not the king that we know, the wild kid." I landed, and as soon as I exited the airport, Mumbai, which was formerly known as Bombay, smelled like shit. India smells like in Mumbai, India, the airport, that area smelled like shit. I'm not disrespecting the people. I'm not talking bad about the people. I love the country. I seen some of the richest palaces in that country. I saw wealth beyond wealth. But when I landed, that particular part of Mumbai smelled like shit. Does anybody on the panel, can anybody on the panel tell me how shit smells like after 3 days? How does shit smell? Because I'm from Brownsville. I went to pissy smelling elevators, right? So I know this. And sometimes different countries have different scents. So you don't, it's not that it smells like shit to me. It doesn't mean they smell like shit. Let me make that very clear. How does shit smells after 3 days?
The bottom of your garbage can after a hot summer.
No. It smells like nothing. You know why? Because your nose gets used to it after the third day.
You become immune to the fragrance.
You become used to it. How do we connect that to Stockholm Syndrome?
Oh, let me ad-lib on you.
In relationships or in the community, we have become used to poor, mediocre treatment to the point that we don't even realize that we're around shit. So with that being said, there's a lot of people are in abusive relationships who love their oppressor. There's a community of people that are in abusive relationships with the government, but they won't change anything because they don't know that they're living in shit because they got used to it. Normalization. We have to be mindful of the answers that we give today to the flowers and to the rocks, to the kings and the queens, because we don't know if they know that if they are living in shit. We don't. So fellas, please tell me your opinions. Tell me what you have to say, and also give examples of abusive relationships that we might have experienced or seen. Thank you.
So let me just jump in here. This is just to create some context. This is not actually an answer, but this is just to create some context for the other folks on the panel as well as the other the folks that's listening. When we speak to Stockholm Syndrome, you know, it became known to folks around 1976. Stockholm Syndrome is pretty much basically based on a mental defense mechanism that pretty much makes you, it allows you to deal with certain traumas by making you feel like it either feels good or you wanted it. That's the way your brain does, so it doesn't make you deal with the true trauma and break you down. It's a psychological defense mechanism. Now, so let's talk about it. There was one of the richest men in this country, and you can Google everything I say. One of the richest men in this country was a guy named William Randolph Hearst. He ran at Hearst Publications. He basically owned, he owned pretty much all of the most powerful publications in the United States. He was a magnate, billions, old money. His granddaughter, Patty Hearst, was kidnapped. And she was kidnapped by somebody from a group called the Symbionese Liberation Army. All right. And, there was a lot of stuff they were doing, but they they kidnapped her and they held her for ransom for a long period of time, and then she fell off the map. There was no other word. Next thing you know, about 19 months, 20 months after the kidnapping, Symbionese Liberation Army was robbing banks. And lo and behold, the feds are looking at the video. She was robbing the banks with them. She literally was in that captivity, and her mental construct allowed her to love and join her captor. So in terms of giving you guys the historical context of what Stockholm Syndrome is and what made it a wikiable kind of concept, it's the thing that happens where, and to simplify it, your brain will not allow you to feel like the worst bullshit is happening to you because it wants to protect you. Because once you accept certain things, you will continue and go down a deeper rabbit hole. So your brain is trying to keep you safe. And what it does, it makes you think that you actually love it or accept it, when in fact you're a captor to a nefarious or a negative situation. So that's kind of the tie-in I want you guys to understand, because it makes a lot of sense, but it relates to a lot of other things. So you guys go ahead, man.
Would you guys like to start? Any of you guys?
You want me to jump in?
It's up to you guys. I'll let you guys. You guys been sitting patiently watching.
We're gonna go to a very traumatic rabbit hole. So please give your definitions out. And one of the things that I want to thank, even though I diss JB, I want to thank JB because he introduced the fact of making sure we define the words before we have these conversations.
Agree.
So I wanted y'all to define your meaning of Stockholm Syndrome before we actually get deep, because it's going to get very traumatic. Because I'm not going to hold back with these questions.
Okay. Well, I will say, I will piggyback on what Chef said, and that story he gave about Patty Hearst was very accurate and very true, almost to the letter. And I will say, just to date myself a little bit more, it goes a little bit further on the origination of the Stockholm Syndrome, because I believe it was some German radical organization that kidnapped some people in Stockholm, Sweden, where the birth of it was. And basically, they held their captives long enough that the captives start to sympathize with their captor. And that was the birth or the origin of the terminology of it. So that is very important to figure out why it's named Stockholm Syndrome, and so on and so forth, Patty Hearst, and so on and so forth. The way I look at it in particular in 2021, I don't put it in the realm of relationships, but I do put it in the realm of race. Because I find a lot of problems with Black people today. We throw around terms like victim Olympics and all other sorts of terminology, as if it feels like I'm a little bit, like I said, I'm the original baby boomer, but I see new Blacks or younger Black generation who did not have to endure what the older generation had to go through, and they seem to be taking on the same beliefs and concepts of the oppressors. And I'm not saying, under no circumstance do I think all white people are evil. However, we have been oppressed. White supremacy is a real fucking thing.
Right.
So for people of color, Black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, when I see these people come out and they pretend like, oh, well, is this a merit-based society? I personally think meritocracy is some bullshit to begin with. I think capitalism is some bullshit to begin with. I think this whole concept, this American exceptionalism, is some bullshit. When people of color buy into these concepts, you're buying into white supremacy. It is another form of Stockholm Syndrome. All I say is, and I do understand, and I wish the fourth horseman was here, Daryl, who I love to death. I'm not pro-Black, but I know he is. So I rock with a lot of his message. But I don't think we can be segregationists. I just don't think that we're realistic enough about seeing that a lot of our cultures still today deal with a form of Stockholm Syndrome. We're all aspiring to get the bag. We talk about other people. It's all about, when you say I'm trying to get the bag, that's some Stockholm Syndrome bullshit. You're buying into a form of materialism that is that necessarily the best thing for us? Is that going to free us as a people? So I see a lot of layers and levels of Stockholm Syndrome, especially on the race base. Again, I'm a black man. I know I was born into this world this way. I know I'm gonna leave this world this way. But I see white supremacy every fucking day of my life. I will see it until I close my eyes. I tell my children and my sons about it. Because it ain't gonna change in my lifetime. It probably won't change in this. Y'all can believe that. Pull yourself up by the bootstrap. That's the message they sell. America sells it. Oh, you can be the president. You can come. They sell that shit. It's a good marketing plan. It's not true. I don't believe in no conspiracy shit, but Stockholm Syndrome is real. It's just real. And we have to be careful about how much we buy into these beliefs. And I'm just saying, just look at it and look at it globally. You spoke of India. Look in Africa. We look in America too much in America. A lot of our problems are global. So when we talk about single motherhood, poverty, that shit is all over the world. And we need to start looking at it this way, and you will start to see things a little bit more realistically. That's it.
Abraham?
Oh yeah, man. This topic is fire, man. And it was there's so many ways you can go with this. I was gonna touch on Stockholm Syndrome in relationships, but since everyone is talking about governments, I wanna jump in on that. I will say that I agree with some of what Brother Rico was saying, not all of it. I think, me personally, I think it's unhealthy for Black people to obsess that much about white supremacy. I feel like that you're giving them more power than I feel like they deserve. But to go on and talk, link this to politics, I would say that Stockholm Syndrome is when the victim begins to sympathize or even identify with their abuser. And I think the classic case of Stockholm Syndrome with respect to Black people is how much we identify with the Democratic Party, right? Because, and I know this is going to ruffle some feathers because for whatever reason, man, Black people treat politics as religion, and we identify with the Democratic Party, even though over the past 60 years, the most damage that has been done to Black people has come from the Democratic Party. Okay, so if you talk to most Black people, irrespective of whatever city they live in, you look at the issues that affect Black people nationwide. Gentrification by and large happens in areas that are run pretty much by Democrats. It's not a Republican thing. And sometimes they use tactics where they will raise property taxes on grandma and grandpa, even though grandma and grandpa are on fixed incomes, and they can't afford another few dollars more to pay taxes. And before you know it, they end up having to sell their home to the new gentrifiers, the yuppies coming in, and before you know it, Harlem goes from 80-90% Black to like 40-50% Black. I mean, we see that here in DC. It's happening in San Francisco, all over. So that's just one issue. Another issue that we deal with as Black people is police brutality. And if you look at most of the cities where cops kill a black man and get away with it. There's a Democratic mayor, there's a Democratic attorney, a district attorney, and a Democratic attorney general. And every time they always tell us, well, there's nothing we can do. Now, there was a case in South Carolina, 2 cases where a cop shot a black man. There was one case where the guy had pulled up into a gas station. The white cop was nervous. He said, "Hey, show me your registration." As he pulled out the registration, the cop shot him. Now, the brother didn't die. But that cop in South Carolina ended up doing 10 years. There was another case where there was a brother who had a warrant out for his arrest. And this would have been the 5th time he had gone to jail. Now, he was an older brother. He's 55 years old. He took off running because what happened is he fell behind in child support payments. His name was Walter Scott. I don't know if anybody remember that, but he was shot in the back and he was killed. Now, the cop who did that is serving 25 years in prison. Now, South Carolina is supposed to be this conservative bastion. It's supposed to be very racist. It's a super red state. But there, black people are getting justice. And in places like New York, where you can have Eric Gardner killed on camera for selling loose cigarettes, and basically choked to death. And the cops get nothing. I mean, I think at one point they suspended him with pay, but there was that he ended up getting fired. But he never. I mean, the Gardner family never received justice. Same thing in Minnesota, city after city. So all I'm saying is that there are a number of issues, because I don't want to be too long-winded. I know I'm already eating up Brother Eat Black's time, but on a number of issues, Democrats say they're going to address our issues, and then the moment they get in, they leave us behind. And yet we still identify and we embrace that party. And to me, I feel like politics should be quid pro quo. I give you something, you give me something. And if I can't get it from you, then I'll get it from somewhere else. But for whatever reason, we treat it like religion, where we become dogmatic about about who we vote for politically. So I don't want to go. I don't want to be too long with it. I'll leave it there and just wait to hear what you have to think.
Can I just 1 second, just push, no pushback. Hey, first of all, thank you, neighbor. Abraham?
Yes, Abraham.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You're right up the street from me. I'm in Rockville.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm in Rockville, so I'm right up the road from you.
Okay.
So we're
Right.
neighbors. The one thing
Right.
I just briefly, I'll push back. No, not a real pushback, but I know very well the 2 instances you spoke of Walter Scott in South Carolina and the other gentleman who got shot at the gas station by the trigger happy cop. Mm-hmm. Both of those incidents was videoed. Eric Garner was as well. His ass should be, the killer of him should be in jail. I don't propose a Democratic or Republican point of view. My issue is pushing back against the government and society as a whole. I think they're both problematic. I do lean more Democratic than Republican because I hear that talking point, but again, I never hear the Republicans saying, hey, all this is happening, but this is what we're going to do better. It's like, okay, so if I don't vote for them, you're going to do the same shit. So what's the difference? So I get that, but I don't pick a side. The only thing that's, sort of problematic to me about it when we put it in the political lens, I go back to globally in other countries, because I believe white supremacy is not an American issue. It's a global issue. King, you're from Ghana, correct?
I'm from Brooklyn, born in Brooklyn. Both my parents.
Okay, your heritage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, both my parents are from Ghana.
But I'll be crystal clear. White supremacy exists in Africa. It exists in Asia.
Yes.
It exists in Haiti. So what I'm saying is, throw the fucking politics out. The problem of so again, it's not black people obsessing over white supremacy. White supremacy fucking exists, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. It exists in Africa, not in America. In Africa, white supremacy in countries that are predominantly black is the fucking norm. They can all ignore it and they can all pretend like it. In India, you went to India, those countries are ruled by white supremacy. And when we get into this position of denial, calling each other victims, this, that, whatever, we're never going to dismantle that shit. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
We have to be very careful about that.
Right. Okay. So Abraham, you can rebuttal. You can rebuttal if you want to rebuttal. But before we say go after that, the E Black goes. But we're gonna go back to Stockholm Syndrome in relationships, not just communities. But I want Abraham to rebuttal, and I want to say, Rico, thank God you stopped your long pauses. That was killing me, brother. Your long pauses was fucking killing me, man. I was like, damn. I was like, but now you in your bag. You in your bag. You flowing. I love it. You flowing, because before I was like, damn, he about to
it was the headphones.
Yeah, all right, good. Now, Abraham, go back, man. Go back. Do what you got to do.
No. I mean, I hear what he's saying, but what I'm saying is that we can't dwell on white supremacy to the point where it becomes paralysis, right? Because if you look at the Asians, if you look at China, the Chinese did not dwell on white supremacy. If you look back in I believe it was 1968, the GDP of China, or maybe it might have been South Korea, was the same as Kenya's. But if you look at both China and you look at the GDPs respectively of China and South Korea today, they far surpass Kenya and actually most African nations combined. So I mean, I'm not saying that white supremacy doesn't exist. I'm saying that you have to take the approach where we have to circumnavigate. And one of the things that I've always appreciated about blacks in this country is, for the most part, since slavery, black people in this country have always find a way to circumnavigate the BS, right? Whether it was education, they would lynch you and kill you for learning how to read. It still didn't stop black people from learning how to read. That they had policies calling stealing an education, where they would sneak up and listen to the slave masters' kids while they were getting a lesson, and then they would go back and this one would take back what he learned, the other one would take back what they learned, and they call it each one teach one, right? And to the point where by the time by 1863, when we were emancipated, right? When blacks were emancipated, you had like 5 to 7% of the population knew how to read, but that's because they did it underground. They had underground learning centers, right? What they call pit schools. So what I'm saying is, that there's always going to be obstacles that are put in our way. Now we can put our hands on our hip or on our head and we can cry, "Why is me?" Or we can look for a solution around it. And so that's why I'm not really big on complaining about white supremacy. I mean, because what are you going to do to bring white supremacy down? You can't complain your way into bringing white supremacy down. All you can do is circumnavigate the obstacles that they put in front of you, and then try to build that way. So I'm not knocking what you're saying. I'm just not a proponent of constantly crying about white supremacy. And to go back, we were talking about how Stockholm Syndrome is where you identify with your abuser. Mm-hmm. And black people in this country vote 90-something% for Democrats. And most of the Democratic policies have hurt us more than Republican policies. But yet
that's trick related, though.
You said what?
That's trick related, though, because the Democratic Party juxtaposes itself in a way, in terms of the argument, in terms of the party system, as the party for black people, right? So it's when you the true definition of the Stockholm Syndrome really comes down to and there's specific variables, right? You do not know your captor. You've never met them before. We did not recognize that, and without getting too far into the party politics thing, we as a people may not have recognized that the Democratic Party was almost a captor, because there was a concept that was brought up the other day about, we were talking about it, invisible lines. Invisible lines. That was us talking about that, King, about somebody not willing to cross that invisible line.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
that controlled line. It's not a fence. It's not a stone wall. It's an invisible line, which means that line in the end is abstract. It's psychological, right? So with all of that, you have a lot of folks, and I consistently talk about the folks that I know, deal with, that I've met, that assume that they are Republicans. I'm talking about Black folks, but yet the lifestyle they live, the political views, the grassroots political views they possess, you know, all scream small government. They all scream Republican, right. Which means there's some sort of trickery in effect to make folks believe this is your party. So I know I kind of got long with that one, Abraham. I was just saying, though, in terms of that situation, you know, there was some trickery involved. I believe that you and Rico are actually not diametrically opposed in this thing. Exactly. Why I say that? You're not, because you both admit to Stockholm Syndrome, and you both admit to the existence of white supremacy. So if I have Stockholm Syndrome, and I got kidnapped by this family of folks, and I have it, and one of the children or two of the children want me to go free, what are they going to do? They're going to rage against their parental machine and tell me the truth. And they're going to keep telling me, those ain't your parents. They're not your parents. They don't love you. They took you. So in the conversation of bringing up certain aspects of white supremacy that still currently exists within the construct of this nation, it's part of breaking some of the Stockholm Syndrome of the existing populace. Everybody is not as sharp and as measured and intellectually complex as you. Like, I could look at your face on this screen, bro, and you're like, let me make sure I got my stuff together, you know? And you a sharp brother, Abraham. All I'm saying is, because you exist at such a high level of thinking, that's above average. And there's more average people on the planet than there is above average. Talented 10th leaves the other 90%. So all I'm saying to you is, for you, for us, those of us that feels that we have been able to traverse and climb over that socioeconomic mountain of greatness, right? That thing itself, that's the gift that we have, you know, and we don't look at it, because the same thing with parents. They got kids to take care of. Yeah, they don't want to be tired. Yeah, they don't
turn the lights up.
You know, they all of those things. But
let's get to 100.
They recognize there's a greater good in what they're doing, and they will deal with it to put their children in a better place. So I do believe that the conversation of white supremacy should continue to take place, because what it does is it helps as a foil to some of the Stockholm Syndrome that our folks exist under.
No. All right. E Black, do you have anything else to say in regards to Stockholm Syndrome, in regards to the community? Because after this, we're going to talk about personal relationships, Stockholm Syndrome with personal relationships, and it's going to get triggering. This could have got really polarized conversation, but we don't want to talk too much about the politics. But I'm glad that Rico
much love to you,
and Abraham had a chance to have the discourse, and once again, Chef brought the balance. But you have anything else to say before we really go into this, you know, this Stockholm Syndrome within personal relations, and how women and men, because men, we do it, we go through it too in the relationships. You have anything to say in regards to Stockholm?
Yeah. The one thing I would say is to talk about, first, let's talk about the solution. You know, to get to a solution of healing a person within Stockholm Syndrome, you need to have positive and consistent positive reinforced behavioral change. You need to constantly tell them, I love you. You need to constantly be there and support the community. So that's one of the things that, we can diagnose the behaviors. We can tell somebody, hey, you're suffering under this syndrome. But the only way that they'll actually get out is if they have the opportunities and the support to change the behavior in which they are captive under. When you get the people who are under captivity and you bring them back to normalcy, they will still feel in captivity. So the only way to get them back to normal is to change behavior. And to change behavior is to establish a positive reinforcement. And it has to be consistent. And it has to be something that is growing. And it has to almost be something that is natural to them, so that you're not forcing them to fight against what they feel that they are having. So in the terms of the gut, when we talk about this white supremacy thing, a lot of times we're talking about, hey, black man, you are powerful. Hey, black man, you need to return to your community. Hey, black man, you were once strong. Hey, black man, you once created businesses. Hey, black man, you do not need to kill each other. These are positive reinforcements. But once you, like I think what Rico was saying, is once you say pull yourself by your bootstraps, you're ignoring the captivity of the effects of the captor. You are now putting the captee in a position to where their behavior still mimics the ideology of their captor. They're longing for the belief system of the captor. They want to feel comfortable with when they were still in prison. You see it a lot of times in brothers that get out of prison, they want to make spread still because they feel comfortable within that Stockholm Syndrome, because that is something that is comfortable to them. But you need to take our brothers and you need to tell them that there is more than just basic food that is, I'm sorry, I'm having a loss of the word, but just pre-processed food. You need to tell them that, hey, eat this steak. It is good. Constant reinforcement of behavior, a great behavior. So, I'm going to get off of that. You guys really hit it on the head. I mean, y'all didn't really leave me with much. I'm just sitting there like, oh man, y'all just want me. But I wanted to talk about the solution, the best solution to it, because sometimes we talk about the problem too much. But the best way to talk about the solution is to get the necessary nourishment of our community, and we have to start supporting each other and start digging each other out of captivity. So,
ooh. If I didn't love you, I thought you was taking shots, man. But that's real. We have to stop having. We have to stop having these pissing contests. And I'm guilty of that with that network. I am guilty of that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna relate it to personal relationships. In my book, Proclamations 20, the affirmation goes, I understand love is a choice, not equated with need. That is anything in the background? Yeah. Okay. Is it me? You know, it's in the background. If you have noise in the background, please mute it. Thank you. I understand love is a choice, not equated with need. Stockholm Syndrome, once again, is your body psychologically tricking you to let you know that you love your abuser so you don't feel that trauma in a relationship. Now, fellas, when we think about abusive relationships, we always think about the man being an abuser and the woman being the recipient of abuse. Can we have a candid moment right now? Can we have a real candid moment? Can we talk about how men have been stuck in relationships or have psychologically tricked themselves to be in a relationship where they are abused? I want us to be very transparent because people don't see that. They don't hear the cries of men. And we're not simps because we're talking about emotions. We're just letting people know that men do go through that. Do they go through the same level as women? I don't think so. Do they go through the same frequency as abuse as women? I don't think so. However, we do go through it. So if you have any experiences and you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Let me go first because I really, it really hit a point, right? What I heard was the fact that men stick in situations, right?
Right.
But they knowing that it's not healthy for them, meaning that they are taking either on too much responsibility. They are either in a relationship in which the woman is not being as supportive to them in their objectivity. Sometimes they're just using the woman as a trophy for sexual pleasure. And sometimes they're just being complacent in their ideologies of how they handle the world, and they get refuge in the comfort of having a relationship, just having a relationship. I see a lot of times a lot of dudes would just pick up a chick and that be they chick for that be it. They can't even look at another woman. They're so self-consumed. And I'm telling them, I'm like, hey, bruh, is she doing something for you? Nah, man, she just good. We have good talks at night. Is she helping you get your job? Nah, man. Is she contributing to you? Nah, I'm just here, man. I'm just like doing my thing, man. This is a form of male Stockholm Syndrome because sometimes we get caught up in the idea of male dominance or male sexuality that we do not see beyond the line of what should be our lives, and which is to uplift another person. Sometimes we need to leave some of these females alone. Hey, man, I walk away. But we get caught up because we can't see her walking down the street with another dude. You get what I'm saying? Like, some of us dudes do that. And then we stay in these relationships. They end up getting pregnant. And then we say, oh, she was just toxic. She didn't want to submit. No, man, you was not man enough because you were comfortable within a lesser form of yourself. You were held captive in your relationship. You sympathized with her and her faults, which is fine. Which is fine. But you're not responsible for a person who has imperfections. You're responsible for you handling how you handle her imperfections. So a lot of dudes do that. Oh, she a little crazy. She just a little wild. She busted my windows open. I had to get off work.
Let me
Sometimes
let me ask you a question, E Black, because you made a good point. I know brothers of mine that stay with their wives or their girlfriends because they didn't want to have their children. They tricked themselves to tell themselves they're in love with that girl because they didn't want to have their children go through a single parent household like they did. Or they didn't want another man raising their child. So they tricked them. That's the biggest. Most men will tell you, listen, I don't want no man. I don't want no man raising my child.
Yeah.
So they trick themselves to say, I need to be in this relationship or I need to really love this woman because I can't jeopardize. Because most men would tell you, these are men that might do what they do on the side, but they trick themselves to love a woman because they have a family. What is the solution for that? Or is that a solution? Or is it
let me say it like this,
Everybody jump in after E, please.
Let me say this. First thing you need to do is make sure you have children with people you want to marry or people you are in marriages with.
Right.
Because then you don't become.
But what is the solution if they're in that predicament? Not before. I know prevention is better than an ounce of prevention. Ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. But give me a solution for if they're in that situation.
Well, if they're in that situation, I think it's tough. I don't want to be. I made sure that I never got in that situation. I had children at 33. I was a condom wearing brother. I made sure I made preventative action. So I don't want to say I sympathize with them, but I also want to tell them to also own up to the fact that they had certain behaviors. Now, don't get me wrong. I could have been one of these brothers. So I just don't want to give improper advice. So I'm gonna pass this on this one because I really just don't want to give brothers advice that I wouldn't follow my own. Because the one thing that I did do is make sure that I got married.
Right.
I made all cases, so I understand their pain. I empathize with their pain, but in reality, I don't feel like I'm the best brother to tell you, hey man, this is what you need to do, or how to break up with your baby mama, because I don't deal with baby mama drama.
Right.
So I'm gonna leave it on that. I apologize. But I really can't give you guys nothing about that type of scenario because I've spent my life fighting that scenario.
I respect that. Anybody have an answer for that?
Yeah, I got
Tough
something for you.
question. Thank you.
Yeah, I got some. This one is going to be pretty hard to. It's going to be pretty hard to wrap around because, in talking about staying with a person, you know, we talk about socioeconomics. We also talk about religion, and in terms of what we were placed here for. And you know, you could Google paradox of duty, which entails, you know, people duty to oneself, which basically talks about people that throw themselves into a situation full of duty and them having to do certain things to pull themselves from it, specific obligations. Look, on one side we say get married. You need to get married. The Lord said go forth and procreate. We also have bastions of folks that are saying don't worry about happiness and romanticism. Duty is what's important, and the love will come. And they will use, you know, the arranged marriage scenarios and all of that, and give you the numbers to that. You know, so and then we speak about divorce, and then we speak about so many. There's so many different rules that we put up, and doctrines and dogmas that we put up that can definitely make people stay. Definitely, you got people that, you know, when something happens, if a man gets divorced and it was the woman that files for divorce, you know, people will naturally assume, oh, he left his wife or he left his family. It's a natural assumption, you know, but we never really talk about the guys that stick in the paint, the ones that feel as though, you know, I made a vow and a covenant with her in front of God. The ones that better or for worse. You know, I made for better or somebody's echoing. You good? Okay. So we made a vow in front of God, for better or for worse, through sickness and in health. Insanity qualifies as sickness. Insecurity qualifies as worse.
Turn the lights up.
You know, it's hard to say, and the thing is, you're a married man, Black. So I'm not going against what you're saying because I totally understand. What that says to me is you got a hell of a marriage over there. You know what I mean? But there's so much stuff out there. How would you know? How can we just give one blanket situation or one blanket fix? What if they start going back to church? What if they were at Pastor Jones' church and now they go to Pastor Abernathy's church and he hits that right scripture at the right time that makes them both resonate and vibrate back to each other the way it needs to be? You know? What if, watch this, as crazy as it seems, right? Watching Kevin Samuels, right, with my lady, and even some of the content from the other network, right? What's crazy is, what did it do? It created a new line of conversation. It taught us a new language. It was able to, pardon me, Daddy's on the call, baby. So sorry. She's over here singing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, it made us be able to articulate certain aspects of what's going on and how we address things. It gave us a new love language, if you
Turn the
will,
lights up.
to be able to articulate certain things that we felt, concepts of sexual marketplace value, concepts of feminine energy, you know, and all of these things. So as human beings, as we continue to evolve, man, we always still have a chance out there. So, you know, can we always in good conscience when violence and, you know, craziness is not involved, can we really in good conscience tell them, get the hell on out of there? What if there was an opportunity for them to bend that corner? You know, one of the things is, instead of telling them get out of there, is maybe try to figure out a solution to create some level of change within that environment, to make it more tolerable and to make it something that you want to continue to do or be in.
Hey, and just to be clear, I do have hold on one sec. Hold on. I do have friends who are in those situations that I do definitely tell them I keep out of it. So it's not like I'm saying I don't want to answer it. I just want to be like, this is my life philosophy, because I don't understand y'all problems a lot of times, and I've fought so much mentally to get out of that cycle. So, you know, I don't want to disrespect y'all, but I'm like this in real life. I'm like, hey, I ain't got no, like, y'all, that's y'all fault, man. I'm cold blooded. So I just want to be real with y'all. But I respect everything Chef said, and man.
Listen, I want to talk about the third aspect of Stockholm Syndrome, and this is an aspect that most people don't talk about, but we talk about on this show, Conversations with Kings, because that's what we do here. We try to touch on things that other networks and programs don't touch on. Has any man in here experienced Stockholm Syndrome, or woman? Flowers, please jump on up. Have you ever experienced any type of Stockholm Syndrome within work, your professional life? And by the way, we're 10 likes away from 100. This will be the first 100 like show. Can we get that, please? Can you give me that, please? Can you give me that gift, please? And I went over 36 minutes. I usually do 2 hours. I haven't been doing these past 3 days because we have to keep it going. But can you please give me 10 more likes? Let's get to 100. But I want you to talk about how you experience Stockholm Syndrome at work, because you told yourself, I need this job, so I'm going to accept any type of treatment, whether it's sexual harassment, flowers, or whether it's a demeaning type of people talking down to people because they think that you need them to survive. They think that you need the opportunity. They put this carrot of opportunity in front of you, so you accept things. You accept things that you wouldn't normally accept. You accept things that you would tell another man, get out my face, or your wife, I can't deal with this, but you accept it from your boss. You scream at your lover, you scream at your family, but you take it from your boss because you think they need them, because you can't find anything better, or at least what your mind told you.
But I got a question, King.
Yes.
I've never done it for work. Never. Done it in relationships, never in work. But then why is that a message that seems to be permeating when people make the statement, get the bag? Because when I hear get the bag, that means do whatever. And that's what I think is dangerous. That's the message saying, accept any abuse, any disrespect, tolerate, as long as you getting the bag. You know, it's just like you can take any type of disrespect that exists, and I find that to be very problematic.
Right. So for me, when I hear people say get the bag, I get one part of it is do whatever you need to do, but I don't know if it refers to accept whatever. Right.
But where's the limits?
Right.
Where's, you know what I'm saying? I never see where anyone says get the bag, except, and it's implied, it's implicit that you got to do whatever you got to do, even if you're in the streets getting grimy. Set that aside.
Right.
So sex workers getting grimy in a different way, and
right.
we know sex workers, it can be whatever fetish this
right.
weirdo has.
Right.
To
right.
get the bag.
Right.
No matter how disrespectful or deprecating it can be.
They justify it by
That's
saying,
what I'm saying.
yeah, they justify it by saying, I'm getting my bread, I'm getting to the money. Right. I think that's what Ilya said. And Ilya said, that's how people go postal. So we want to talk about, please let me get 100 likes, but we want to talk about how does Stockholm Syndrome affect the workplace, and why do people they accept this type of treatment from their boss? And please don't quit your job, because I ain't paying the bills. So when you hear this thing, don't quit your job. I'm not paying the bills. I'm letting you know that right now. I'm not paying nobody bills. I'm just bringing up the subject.
So, King,
yes.
Quick question. So you move past the Stockholm Syndrome in relationships, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So unless you have something to say.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I thought we were going to get a chance to an opportunity to talk about that.
Okay. I'm sorry. Before we jump in, you go. Please talk about the relationships.
No.
Please.
Well, the first thing I was going to say is that with E Black being married, I think you do have something to say. I think King's question was what you can tell them to avoid that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. King, you said something along those lines.
Yes, we're solution based over here. We're solution based.
And I think, because I'm also a married man, and as a married person, you do have something to offer them. And the first thing I would say is that when you get into a relationship, you have to try to foster the friendship, right? It has to be something that both parties are afraid to lose. You see what I'm saying? Because when men go into relationships, or when we get married, our thing is we get married, we stay married. Just like Chef mentioned, I think, or you mentioned, I don't want another man raising my kids. It's cheaper to keep her. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. Whereas women are taught, well, if the marriage doesn't work out, just end it and you could do it again, right? So a woman is more likely to end a marriage if she's not happy. And so that's another one of those things where sometimes men are put in a position where we have to make women happy. And sometimes that's an elusive goal, because it changes. What makes some women happy right now, 5 years from now, is not going to make her happy. Say, for example, if you're working a lot of hours and, to buy her things, hey, you make her happy, you're hardworking. 5 years from now, she says, well, he works too much. He never spends enough of time. Nothing. You didn't do anything to change. She changed, right? Or if, say, you're self-deprecating, you don't take yourself too serious, you make her laugh, and she's like, oh, he makes me laugh. He makes me happy. 5 years from now, he's like, this dude is a jokester. He doesn't take things seriously. I want a man who's more serious in life, right? So that's one of those things, especially since men.
Hold on 1 second. My app, you have to connect your mic and your cam before we can add you. So connect your mic and your cam. You're in backstage. Please connect your mic and your cam so I can add you on here. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. I apologize.
No worries. And I'm just saying that most of us, especially here in the West, man, you're pretty much, I don't want to say indoctrinated, but you're trained to, hey, to be concerned about a woman's feelings. You don't hit women back. You never hit a girl. Girls are not taught that, hey, you don't hit a boy, or you don't hit men. So it's often one-sided, right? And the natural response of any human being is fight or flight. But what happens when a man is in a relationship or in a marriage? He can't fight his woman, right? Because he doesn't want to hurt his woman, and he doesn't want to leave his relationship. At this, at the same time, he can't flee. So he sits there and he sits and suffers in silence. Which causes other issues, whether it's aneurysm, high blood pressure, heart attack, and so forth. But and I'll wrap up. But E Black, you do have advice, because you can start off by telling them what you and your wife do, right? Because
I understand.
A lot of people get married because. A lot of people get married because one, sometimes women want to hurry up and get married because they want to have kids. And I think that kids are the driving factor for women to get married. And I feel like some men get married because they feel pressured into it. Maybe they're not ready, because sometimes as boyfriend and girlfriend, you see certain signs that let you know that, hey, this thing may be problematic in if we get married, but they feel pressured into marriage because you're not supposed to waste a woman's time. A woman has a biological timeline, and so you can't be selfish. So I think in most cases, men are pressured to marry more than women are pressured to marry. And so I'm just trying to tie all that into Stockholm Syndrome, where you identify or sympathize with your abuser, because I think that. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that we don't often hear the man side of it, and just like Chef pointed out with Kevin Samuels coming out, he's pretty much elevated a conversation that always existed amongst us men, whether we're at the barbershop. There's nothing new that Kevin Samuels is talking about that men haven't been talking about for the past 15 years or even 20 years, from the time that Terry McMillan wrote those books like Waiting to Exhale. We've been talking about it. I'll let my play there.
Yeah, hello.
Yep.
Okay, because I'm sorry to tell you this, Abram, your screen freezes up sometimes. Have y'all seen it? Has everybody seen that, right?
It's getting a little choppy.
It gets choppy. I'm gonna let you know.
Some other stuff on the Wi-Fi.
It gets choppy sometimes. This will let you know for next time when you're up here. We want to get everything you said.
Okay.
Before we go to the employment, you have anything to say, Rico?
Yeah, I just want to chop in. I just want to give kudos to E Black. I rock with everything he said 100%. He pretty much hit it spot on. And again, I don't know, like I said, I think most of you guys are not married or been married once. Me being on the multiple occasions, I can just tell you that I'm
a swinger.
With the whole Stockholm Syndrome, for some of us, and I think women do this too, if you go through one failed marriage.
Can somebody cut the thing off? Because I hear a noise in the background, whatever it is. Somebody.
Yeah, everybody should be muted while he's talking.
Yeah.
If you've been through one failed marriage, you will put yourself through an enduring amount of pain to try to make the next marriage work, no matter what. In my second marriage, I was miserable beyond belief. But the insistence of not letting that also be a failure was a driving force.
Yeah.
So I think that that's something that also needs to be considered when we talk about this subject.
Basically what I'm hearing is I'm in La La Land while everybody's out suffering, and y'all want me to figure out how to help out. I'm sorry. I'm in the clouds right now.
I always tell everybody's shit is different.
Right.
And you can't lump everybody into the same. So I'm with you. When I'm on my third, people come to me, I'm like, I don't want to hear it. My sons come talk to me. I don't want to hear it, son.
What?
Work it out. Right. I don't care. I do drop bits of information, but they're married to somebody I've never been married to.
Right.
And I try to be mindful of that. I can't tell him I don't know his wife.
Right.
And it would be disingenuous for me to say that his wife is anything like mine, because she's not. She's a whole individually formed human being with her own thoughts, feelings, and values. And if he tried to take some shit that I'm doing with mine to his, I could make it worse. I probably would. So you have to be mindful of that. And that's all I try to push. Be careful about that. I do believe with your brother Abraham. You do. I tell him my gems, and I tell him to take it with a grain of salt. And as far as all the other junk out there in the manosphere, again, I'll say it every day. It's trash.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna bring up. Listen. Okay.
this is just important because I know we're probably going to venture to another topic, but it's critically
No, we're not
important.
going to venture.
Yeah, yes, y'all call me chef, but right now I'm going to put a different hat on and play shepherd and bring all of us livestock back to the farm. Everything so far, well, some of the things and the points that I'm hearing being made were more decision frontal lobe based points. Remember, Stockholm Syndrome is a mental issue. I can't go on Tuesday or Wednesday and say, all right, shit, I'm gonna be a schizophrenic today. Woo! It doesn't work like that. It's not a decision. And I just kind of wanted to pull us back to the fact that, you know, Stockholm Syndrome is based in trauma. It's based in the mental, the psychological defense mechanism that protects us. At some point, if a woman is being beaten by her man at a certain amount of time, you know, hit the arm, after the 9th hit, the arm starts to numb itself. And you're like, oh, it's a love tap. You know, you look at kids, you know, now this is going to be pretty heavy. I'm not trying to, you know, be off-putting, but
we gave the warning. We gave the warning.
Right. We gave the warning. If you or I saw a lady sitting on a park bench shooting up heroin with a child right next to her, you would think that was so horrible. You would want to do something, say something. You won't believe it. Your soul would be hurt. Watch this. The 7-8-year-old kid, you know what their soul is saying? Oh, mommy's just taking her medicine. That's Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is your brain and your mental capacity psychologically reframing and reperspectivizing a traumatic thing that's happening to make you believe that's the shit you want. It's a psychological issue based in trauma. Did you know that, and I'm going to be careful with my words, do you know that there was reports that
hold on, we hear noise in the background? Yeah. Sorry.
Do you know that there was reports that would talk about, you know, women that ended up being with the person who having a relationship with the person that R-worded them in the past? That's really a thing. Stockholm, so all I wanted to say is to really be respectful to the topic, that this actually is a psychological issue based in the highest degree of trauma.
Oof.
Based in the highest degree of trauma. So it's not a decision-based thing. It's what your brain makes you see. It creates a separate matrix that makes you think bad. Not even that bad is good, that bad is what I want.
Right.
So it's not something that's incentivized where it's like, oh, well, I'll stick around because he gives me money. That's something else. It's something else. That's a decision. Stockholm Syndrome, that's way crazier.
Okay,
that's
so hold on. I want to do something first before we continue. We're going over 3 hours. We have to go over 3 hours. We know why we have to go over 3 hours. First of all, before we introduce the fourth horseman, the most beloved, the most vigilant, Daryl, but we want to give every man what we do when we have a flower on stage. We give her praises. Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much for coming. All the fellas, thank you for coming. And we give
awesome
you
comments.
You are amazing, flower, and we love your comments. And this is a safe place for you. One thing, everybody, when they came into this my conversation with Kings, when I came in here, I did it because I didn't want no one controlling my narrative. When Chef came in, he added a point that, Mo, we need to promote your book, but also we need to create balance, right? When E Black came in, we decided that we want to make sure that whoever comes into our organization, they are respected to the highest esteem for their wisdom and not made fun of. And that's why Chef made sure when E Black came, he says, "No, we're changing." If you remember, Chef was the one said, "No, you're not. You're not that anymore. You're who you are, right?" But when Daryl comes in, one of the biggest things he always said, and I think that he brings this to the room, our first jobs as black men, particularly black men, is to protect the black woman. And if you're not doing that, he said it. I think he said it. He said it. He said, "Mo, if you see something happen to my daughter and y'all don't do anything, I'm coming for you. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?" I can't. You mute. You mute. Hello. Hello.
Now we letting
Real
you cook,
accountability.
man.
You can hear him. I couldn't hear him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he's. Yeah,
Oh, I
hello.
said word is bond.
Yeah.
We
Word of
definitely
course.
gonna
So
have issues for sure.
yeah, he made that very clear. So we wanna bring these two fine flowers that keep the garden looking beautiful and also nurture us. We want to say thank you, and we would like to hear your comments. And afterwards, we want Daryl to talk about Stockholm Syndrome in the community and also Black community, because that's what he's good at. And I think um, Brother Rico was waiting for you to comment on that. He was waiting for a lot of people in the comments were asking for you too. To be honest with you, we got 100 likes today, man. We live streams up to 70. We doing all right, brother. We doing all right.
Shout out to the fourth horseman, man.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so so we want to get the two flowers to give their perspective and opinions. And I'm sorry for this long-winded introduction, but y'all deserving. So go ahead, Mayat and then Hanifa, drop the bomb, but understand we as brothers are going to give pushback if we feel pushback, but you're in a safe place. Give us pushback as well.
Okay. Peace, Kings. Thank you for having me on the platform today. And so, to Chef's point, I wanted to kind of discuss the Stockholm Syndrome as a community. So, in Island of the Means by Dr. Wade Nobles, it's the Island Means the Unfinished Haitian Revolution. He
Mm.
talks about the tornado of the minds and talks about how we're basically all walking, we're insane. We're all walking insane because of that African consciousness. We have that collective consciousness that has stemmed from colonialism and abuse. And you probably saw my comment when I talked about changing what we say as far as white supremacy. Master teacher Kaba Hiawatha Kamene, he talks about calling it white fragility because that's what they actually are. They have fragile egos. And so they have a fear of the black man, a fear of black people. And so they actually have fragile egos. So instead of saying white supremacy and using that consciousness, thinking of them as supreme, we look at them as being fragile, as fragile white men. Um, and so back to the point of uh, the Stockholm syndrome in relationships and in the workplace, freedom freedom does not always look appealing. So when E Black talked about, in prison and things like that, freedom does not always look good to a person who is accustomed to uh, you're accustomed to that 9 to 5. You get that check every week, and so you'll deal with abuse. You'll deal with abuse from your employer, and then you, just like King, you said, you come back home, and then all that frustration is going out on your kids, is going out on your spouse or whoever you are in a relationship with. And so we have to make freedom look more appealing to us as a whole. And so that's going to look different for different people. Um, so if you're talking about the Black community as a whole, how do we make freedom look more appealing um, to the average person who is used to getting government handouts, or used to getting that check every week, and getting together as a community and making freedom more appealing, making it look like something that we all can do together as a collective, conscious. Because that collective consciousness is what is adding to our personal consciousness. And so it's kind of like a back and forth, personal consciousness. Cause even with the, some people are not gonna like this, but even with the Black Lives Matter movement, that is feeding into our collective consciousness, because we're continuously saying, hey, look at us, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. But we already know that our life matters. So we have to change what we're saying to one another and to ourselves, so that we start believing that, because we are literally all walking around insane because of the epigenetics that has traveled from generation to generation.
Hey, Maya. First of all,
Hmm.
beautiful, beautiful. Now you said when I was first seeing you name Maya, and now you're coming back and you say Dr. Wade Nobles.
Hmm.
What you know about Dr. Wade Nobles?
Well, I actually read his book because of because of Professor Smalls.
Oh,
So
okay.
Professor James Small said, y'all need to read this book so you know where we are. And so I'm actually going to be rereading that book again, because that book, Island of the Memes, it's powerful. It is
Yeah.
powerful.
I used to work for Dr. Wade Nobles for about 2 years.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
he beautiful family and everything. So
Hmm.
anytime it's a small world to like when I hear
Hmm.
certain people speak and then I see it fruitioning before my eyes, even in the internet space, it lets you know that we're on the right path as Black people. We
Right,
just gotta
right.
we have to get this collective mindset pushed. So not to jump on your point or cut your shine, but I was really when I heard Dr. Wade Nobles, I was like, oh man.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
beautiful
That's why
talking.
she's a flower. That's why she's a flower. Hanifa, would you like to chime in?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening to everybody. Thank you for allowing me, and thank you for having this space. I've been thoroughly enjoying the conversation. I just kind of wanted to give my input. I wanted to give two analogies. So, as I was listening, I kept thinking, I think it's important that we differentiate between Stockholm Syndrome and disempowerment, right? I,
Woo!
I think a lot of what we're observing with our people is really disempowerment. So the analogy I think of, I'm the last of a sibling set of five, right? It's like you being a child and the adult in the home, perhaps maybe they put their hands on you, okay? What we don't do is hit back an adult, right? So we might take that feeling of aggression and anger, and it's going to end up being misdirected. And who you think is going to get? It's going to be the siblings, right? You might
Right.
pop a sibling across the head, you might bust him in the neck or something like that, right? Because you really can't go and hit that parent. That is what's happening. But you understand you can't hit that parent back because why? You see them as the authority, you see them as the person that is more powerful than you are. Now, this is a hard conversation for us to have as Black people in general, especially within this society, right? Because we don't want to say, some of us, we are afraid or to say that, yeah, I see this person as more powerful, right? And so, because of proximity to people that look like me, I'm going to take my anger, my frustration out on those who are closest to me. So it's very important. That is disempowerment, right? We don't know how to gain our power back, and so we think by prancing on each other and beating on each other and being violent towards each other in many different capacities, because violence is not just physical, right? We think that that's a way that we try to get our power back. So that's one analogy with the children. Now, to speak to the piece about, for me, as we discuss in the Stockholm, I'm thinking this is survival, okay? And Chef touched on it a little bit around how the mind is set up, okay? When we talk about creating habits and breaking them, the body, the cells in your body takes a while to adjust to your new norm, okay? So you might see somebody get into an environment and it takes a while, for them to change. But the longer they're in their environment, everything in them begins to adjust itself to this new environment. So I'm going to give you an example. I had my niece one time. She was a basketball player. She came to me in Maryland from the islands. She came to stay with me. When she came, I had no idea this was an issue. She began to play basketball, right? And she was a star. But after every game, she began to limp until one day her foot began to bleed. So we took her to the foot doctor. They did an x-ray. Found out she had a piece of glass sitting in her foot for over a year. Okay? Now, when she wasn't on the basketball court, when she wasn't exposed to that environment, she was fine. But it's every time she went on the court to play ball, the foot began to bleed. I use that analogy to say that is the body's way, right, of surviving the pain of that thing. So what the body did was it actually created a callus around the glass bottle in her foot. It is survival. It is what we do. It is adaptation. That's how we survive. So even if it's abusive to say, I'm going to become the thing that is hurting me so that I could survive the thing that is hurting me, most of us will do that. Now, how do we change it? We change it by changing our environment. One. And when I say environment, it could be as simple as some of us, our mindsets don't change until we leave our homes, until we separate ourselves from certain family members, until we change our circles. Environment don't necessarily have to be your neighborhood. It could simply be the roof, right, that you are resting your head under. That's the first step to it. Because once you change your environment, then every cell in your body do not have any choice but to cooperate with that change. That is just how the body works. So I kind of wanted to come in and, just inject that into the conversation, that a lot of what we see in Stockholm is one, disempowerment, and two, it is just people really out here trying to survive. And that is the only way that they know how to, because it is a natural phenomena. It's just the way the body function. It is the way the mind function. It is the way the mind communicates to the cells in our body. Is to adapt. The only way we're going to survive this is we're going to have to do such and such and such, even if such and such and such is to our own detriment as a collective. So that's what I wanted to say.
Wow. Thank you, Flower. Listen, before I give it to Darryl, because we've been waiting for him to come on, we want to thank the two Flowers for giving their input, their perspectives. And I'm not going to lie to you. Y'all didn't just come here to talk. Y'all came here for solutions. I appreciate both of y'all, because a lot of times the misconception is that women like to have dialogue. No, women give solutions as well. They give a lot of solutions, but we're not listening, right? This is why I'm so happy that Darryl came, because he's one of the people that expressed the fact that we need to have more respect and more protection for women, because that's where most of our answers might lie, right? So with that being said, Darryl, you're not going to come up here for free without me giving you a fucking hard question to answer, brother. So I gotta give you a hard question, man. I've been waiting for you to come so I can ask you this, and I'm glad Hanifa gave me a segue. Based on what she said the oppressed sometimes become the oppressor. Right? We heard that quote before.
Mm-hmm.
You are. I want you to break it down community-wise, and then I want you to talk about. This is going to get real touchy. Should monsters and pedophiles like R. Kelly be forgiven because the oppressed becomes the oppressor? So is he really guilty? And as for our community, at one point, blacks did rule the world, and we had them in slavery.
Right. Let me answer your first question about R. Kelly. Should he be forgiven?
Based on Stockholm Syndrome and him becoming the oppressor, yes.
You know how I play it, King. I can have a doctor come to me and say, R. Kelly had a lot of different things going on. That's cool. That's good to know, doc. That's real good to know. Guess what? Don't change a damn thing. Because in my opinion, I'm not going to let somebody make an excuse about the harm that they did to other people, right? And it'd be different if, he stole some fucking music and he stole some money. Cool. That's one thing, right? We can handle that potentially with just a few words. But when you out here fucking over people's families, when you out here destroying young ladies' ability to grow so that they can fall in love and be, the best version of themselves. No, bro, I'm good on your excuses. You can keep those, and anybody who wanna exactly like Natalie said, he was trafficking. So for me, you know what you was doing. King, I'm about accountability, man. You know what I mean? Especially as of late, I'm not even trying to mix words with niggas. At the end of the day, it's like you did what you did, right? You was a millionaire, right? You had access to beautiful grown women, right? And you still chose to do what you wanted to do. Cool. Do not come to me and ask me for an ounce of mercy, my nigga, because you had money, access, fame, access to reverends in the city of Chicago, all kind of people. It was at one point in time where R. Kelly could have went anywhere in Chicago and he would have got love from anybody. But you chose to to just be on some straight, how we would say where we been at before, some chomo shit.
Yeah, chomo, yeah. yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Chomo get hurt.
You getting no love in my cell. You getting no love. Once we read that on your black and white, it's over.
You gotta check in.
It's so over for you. You can't get no food. You can't do no push-ups. Peaceful. You can't do nothing. Right? And that's how I feel about R. Kelly. But as far as Stockholm Syndrome, that's a real thing that black people will suffer from mentally and emotionally. Black men are killing themselves at an 80% rate out of all black suicides in the black community. And it's because of a lot of different reasons. I think that both of the women touched on it. A disempowerment, right? And at the same time, like she said with Black Lives Matter, the fact that we got to keep reiterating this, right? So one thing that I haven't done on the internet ever, King, is I do this in person with a whole bunch of black women. I ask black women a line of questions so they can understand how the rest of us already think and how the rest of the world think. And you guys are more than welcome to ask, to answer these questions too. Think about everything I'm about to ask you in a term of black man, white man, Asian man, Indian man, etc., etc. And you guys can answer as you go. Who is the most educated? Who is the least educated? Who is the most incarcerated? Who is the least incarcerated?
Oof.
Who controls the most policies and laws and who doesn't? Who controls the economy? Who doesn't? Who controls the armed forces, natural resources, right? Every time I get through these questions with a group of black women, most of the time black men are at the bottom, unless we're talking about incarceration, unless we're talking about criminal activity, right? Which, if we really being honest, we all on par on. But it looked like we number one in that. I think that with Stockholm Syndrome and with stories like the Bruce Beach, for people who don't know, there's a California beach called Bruce Beach. It was taken from the Charles and Willa Bruce in the 1920s, right? Hundreds of land, almost worth $100 million now, completely taken from them by force.
I know.
I saw you, brother. I appreciate it. And between stories like the Bruce story and Henrietta Lacks, right? We have two. Those are just two small examples because I'm super just chill right now. But two small examples of how black people know, even now, that if black people created, Black Wall Street, these people can come in, tear it down, destroy it, pillage. I'm not going to use that word, but grape without the G on there, right? Do all these different things and still wake up the next day talking about fucking 50 stars and flags and diversity and the United States of bullshit. You get what I'm saying? And excuse my tone, I'm just being honest, because when we talk about the Stockholm Syndrome, I think about people like the Dirty Pastor, right? People who absolutely, I'm sorry, bro. I swear to God, I'm trying to chill.
I know, man. You was going on the road, brother. But I'm glad. Hold on. You was going on the road, and I have my 1 minute of ignorance before you got on here. I'm not gonna lie to you, but you was such on a roll with the Stockholm Syndrome. But that's a question he brought up because I'm gonna say something, and I don't want you to get mad. You know, I don't feel that I don't feel the dirty pastor anyway. But he did stand up to a pedophile on one of his clips today. So does that change your opinion about him? He did I'm not, you know, I don't lie. He did, I forgot the guy's name, but he stood up to a pedophile that admitted he was a pedophile.
Glendon. Yeah,
On some real shit.
Glendon
I was in
Cameron.
Yeah, Glendon Cameron.
What's his name again?
His name is Glendon Cameron.
Can I steal your thunder for a second? Just to get back on that Bruce Beach.
Yes, sir.
That was a beach in California that the state of California just gave back to that black family after they stole.
I know about that.
And that should have been the Black Hilton that we don't know about.
Right.
Yeah.
So when we talk about the wealth and all these things, you know, what Daryl was talking about, it's real stuff.
It's real stuff. That's why I wanted to stay on it.
When he brought it up, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's why I wanted to stay on it.
I rock with you, Daryl. I'm not pro-black, but I'm pro-informed.
Oh, hello, and that's why I want Daryl to stay on that. But if he's gonna go there, I want to be honest. That man that you have gripes with, he did stand for what one thing you stand for was. I take it back. He didn't, because you called him a pedophile. You will deal with a pedophile. He only called him a pedophile because he went against him. So I'm saying, can you see resolution because y'all fighting the same cause against pedophiles?
No, this is the reason why.
Damn.
This the
Just
reason
relax,
why.
Daryl.
Yeah, I'm chill, but this is the same man. You know what's crazy is when him and Lee Attorney did that show. I swear to God, I was in the back waiting, camera on, lights on, everything chilling, right? But my OG said, "Just get out there," because I was about to go off. I said, "Listen, fuck Glendon Cameron. If you listening, bro, fuck you. What you did was whole ass shit." With that being said, how can somebody else who just did a whole video talking about if they saw somebody being raped, they wouldn't do a damn thing? But now you want to get online and do videos with dudes and conference dudes from across the world talking about you check them.
Hold on, he said that?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
It was the dirty pastor did I fall back.
He did. There was a while back, and part of it, this was around the time of the Hannibal time. You know, he had the nerve to call it a black man buttercup. I'm gonna leave that alone, man. But Hannibal, that's the dude we need to definitely holler at, because that brother is also ill. All right, ill is in a positive way.
So no.
But anyway,
he said
he talked about
the dirty pastor
he
said
it was questions.
Yeah, I'm not lying, man. I never lie on that.
I know you don't lie. I know you don't lie. I don't want to. I don't want
you
to.
He was saying that.
Yeah, I don't want to,
because I remember the conversation. Right, the question literally that was asked to him was they kept giving him situations. So if you seeing a lady, something happening with a lady, you do something? Nope. And you know what I mean? And somebody's like, if you seen a woman being hard, you know what I mean? Nope. And he said something about I might make a phone call.
Kick him in the titties.
That's exactly what he said.
Kick him in the titties.
I don't want to misquote him.
He said he kick him in the titties.
Yeah.
Kick him in the titties. For what?
For whatever reason, he kick him in the titties. I know what I heard.
But he's not gonna stop a man from graping a woman. And
wait, hold up. This is
crazy, man.
This is not. Listen, I don't want this to be an anti program, right? But if he said that, because I believe y'all, I want to believe y'all.
Go watch the video.
Send me before I say he said that. I don't want, because that's serious. Send me the link before. That's crazy.
I'm not gonna look at it again.
I'll look into it.
I gotta see the paperwork. I gotta see the paperwork. So let me go back and look at the. I want to look at the paperwork.
I'll look into it if between me and Chef we find it.
Context, but that.
Yeah, I want to. Because he just stood up against the pedophile. So
okay, but both things can be true.
Right.
Both things can be true.
I don't want to get too far from Daryl's point, because Daryl is on fire right now.
Yeah, he was.
But the last point he was making, I want to make sure I reiterated. the last point he was making was that this same individual that stated that he would not interact, be proactive, intervene in a situation where one of our flowers was being traumatized within his presence. And that was the first point. And then the second point from today was how vigilant and how gangster and blow your head off he was when he was referring to it today. Who knows? Maybe he was referring because he mentioned his daughter, you know. But at the end of the day, that's what I got from what you were saying, Daryl. You speak for yourself.
No, yeah, no doubt. That's like, for me, I took it as all entertainment and money, right? I understand when he's not the only person who like making money off black people trauma. Believe me, he far from the only one, right? So I would have respected more if you find Glendon Cameron and you go check that man personally, because you checking him online not gonna stop him from doing what he did again. It's not, right? Only thing he know, oh cool, I can go do everything I did. I can go do everything I did again. Anton just going, or the protectors just gonna make videos. I low-key hit up Glendon. Period. Holla at me, Glendon. Because we need to go chest to chest or something. You can't be out here doing the things you're doing, because if that was my daughter, coughing,
and selling it as excitement.
No cap, bro. It'd be the end of my YouTube days, because you can't go online saying stuff and making videos and acting like that's cool. Or a 17-year-old girl lied to me, and then after I found out, I kept, behaving in such the manner. But you want to run around calling yourself a king and a black man, and that's what I was talking about, King. This is the type of dudes that when I came on the first show and people was like, "Oh, his attitude is crazy." No, it's not. If this was happening in anybody else's community, it'd be met with the most brutality. If this was happening in Afghanistan right now, right? How would those men react, right? Glendon he'd be on a tree somewhere, right? It'd be over for him.
He would have been dead before the news.
Thank you.
We can ask we have a flower in a panel.
You said if it was Afghanistan, he would be dead.
Yeah.
If he was raping other people's daughters, absolutely.
Well, I can tell you as somebody who spent time in Afghanistan, they do that to other people's boys.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So, but it's still child molestation.
But if you raped a virgin girl
it's over.
Of a father in Afghanistan, we know what that father is obligated to do to you.
It's over.
And that's what Glendon was talking about. And I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with it. I'm saying, what's the purpose in him putting it on YouTube if he's not going to do anything but put it on YouTube?
And that's the issue that I got.
What's the purpose?
So we have a flower on the panel. I want to ask.
That's it.
We have a flower. I want to ask her, what would you want how would you want black men to hold rapists and pedophiles or people that promote Stockholm Syndrome accountable? How would you want us to hold them accountable? Me, I'm keeping everything on social media. I don't believe in violence. I'm on probation. I don't want no problems. I'm letting you know that right now. I'm not going back for nobody except for my love of my family. That's it, right? And people, if I see something happen, I'm doing something. I'm getting busy. But how would a black woman? How would you want us to handle that?
So I know.
Well, I'm getting busy when she makes a call like, "Hey," but it has. I'm not going to jump out the window because I've got to go out. Right. Go
I hear you. So I know Dr. Claude Anderson, he talks about how we have to take care of things in our own community. So I do think that we need, I don't know what you want to call them, militia, military, whatever you want to call, but we need some men who are about that business. Because it's not being handled for us. There's thousands of black women who are missing.
By the way, don't say the R word. Please don't say the R word. Don't say
Yeah. So there's thousands of black women missing. There's thousands. Women. Women get black women get hurt the most, and then nothing gets done about it. I've been on that years ago. I've been on that receiving end where, you know, the police come, they're like, oh, you Black woman, you know, going about their business. So when it comes to that, there should be those should be unforgivable. There should be some things in our community that are unforgivable. And we need a group of Black men. It's easy. We have Black men in the community who do not mind shooting each other, you know, over stupid stuff. So we need a group of Black men who get trained to handle some business. And that's the way I feel about
So
it.
that's how you feel accountable. We as Black community can hold certain people accountable.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I mean, we in essence holding our own people accountable, but also holding our own trial and jury. I mean, you know, when you know that they have done something, and you know, like, I'm not saying, because, you know, I understand there are women who lie, who, you know, lie on Black men, who lie, you know, all that's something else. But when you know for sure that this man or whomever it is, it can be a woman because women do stuff too,
Right.
have done certain things, they need to be held accountable, and there needs to be a group of people, our own military, whatever you want to call them, militia, mercenaries, I don't know, but who are holding these Black people accountable, especially when it comes to our children, who are traumatizing children at an early age, and you know what that leads to when they get older. So I feel like, you know, different things have different offenses. So,
Right.
you know, if it's the R word, you know, that's one thing. If it's pedophilia, that's another thing. And then if it's, you know, it varies. But yeah, they need to be ostracized out of our community. We have to stop accepting people back into our community just because they look like us. You know, once they have done something to someone in our community, that's egregious. In ancient African civilization, it was actually more detrimental to you yourself if you were ostracized, not if you got killed or whatever, but if you were sent out of your community, out of your tribe, that was more upsetting to you than somebody killing you or whatever. So, you know, we have to start having those kind of things in our system where we have a set of rules and system for whatever is going on, so that we're not constantly going to their law, to their systems, to their whatever, when it's not made for us anyway. Their system is not for us. So
All right. So Abraham, you had something to say.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off of what my aunt was saying, that you should have some type of I guess mob justice is kind of like where you're going with that, because I know
yeah,
in the 80s we used to hear about that in Chicago all the time. They had like mob justice or vigilante justice. If somebody stepped out of pocket, you know, they were getting pummeled by the whole neighborhood. And I wanted to say that I agree with you. I think that we as Black people, we need to have an established code that we all adhere to, because there doesn't seem to be a code like what Brother Darrell was talking about with when he mentioned. I guess he was the one who I don't know if he was talking about R. Kelly, and he said it wouldn't matter. R. Kelly had, this is like his third or fourth violation. I mean, the man married, was attempting to marry Aaliyah, who was like 14 or 15 at the time. You had another video where you urinated on a young girl. It's like, how many chances do you need? You know, but the sad thing is his records have soared. I mean, his record sales or streams have gone up 500% since the indictment. What does that say? That doesn't make sense that he's becoming more popular. I mean, he's becoming popular after being convicted.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome of the Black community and music industry.
Put in the private chat. When you want to go next, type in the private chat, and we know you go next. All right. I'm sorry, E Black. I apologize.
No, yeah, I figured you were talking, but it just sounds like more Stockholm Syndrome by the community. You know, it just sounds like, you know, like I said, when you're in a situation where you're in captivity and you've been fed so much, you accept the food that's being eaten, then you also accept the punishment and the treatment that is being administered. So if there is no punishment for certain acts, then you're going to have that expectation. It has to be something more natural. We as Black people, we really, really need to get back into our reading. We need to study what actually worked. You know, we can't just sit here and say, "Oh, well, we never did this, we never tried." There has been documented activities by Black organizations and groups that did actively police. If you don't remember, Maxine Waters, a couple of, I want to say almost last year, she stopped in front of a policeman who was stopping a brother. That's called community policing. These type of things have a this is a congressperson. So when you have the highest level of people in the politics coming down to do it. Now, I know a lot of people want to say, oh, Maxine, they hate politicians. They want to talk about how these politicians don't do nothing and all that stuff. And I'm trying to tell you, you know, there are people who do care about the community. Find them. Go look for the positive reinforcement that you're searching for. Read a book and read about the people who actually went on the front lines, like John Lewis. People do care about the community. And then you spread that message to your community and have it be a consistent positive message towards them. But you can't just sit here and expect the message to come to you. That's why I asked Ma'at about how she know about Dr. Nobles. She obviously has trained her mind now to have positive thoughts and reinforced behaviors. So her actions then change. So that's what I want to see more about our community, is that we start searching for the activities that are necessary to make solutions. Not just, sometimes it's cool to talk, sometimes it's cool to educate, but sometimes we have to change the mind. I remember, I think it was Malcolm X's, once you change your thought process, you change your philosophy, you change the way you move. And then once you're moving, then you're able to change, make action.
Knowledge is only knowledge when you put it into use.
So that's why, you know, to break captivity or Stockholm Syndrome, you need to put yourself in a position to where you're able to nourish, and then you're also able to reinforce and rewire damaged trauma. A battered woman syndrome, I hate to go to battered woman syndrome, but battered woman syndrome is almost in line with this. But essentially, when women have traumatic situations, they have to then be reinforced with positive male companionship. They have to see examples of love. They have to be in the spirit of support and community. They can't just sit there. So because everybody looking at me crazy. Is my microphone crazy?
Yeah, we looking at
you. You got a booger. You got a booger. It's right there.
It's that fly ass shirt you got on tonight.
Hey, hold on. I don't want to go back. He said, "Stomp on titties." That whole show was promoting violence. No one on the panel objected. Stockholm.
Fact. Shout out to Dawn, because she
That panel is that panel. Stockholm Syndrome equals paralyzed in the face of abuse.
Yeah.
Facts.
Let me say this real quick.
Wait. So hold on. I'm confused. So how does Stockholm pertain to how the panel acted that day? I'm confused.
They didn't speak up.
I think that she was talking about more what I was talking about.
Against women.
Oh no, it was with. Now this is gonna be the kicker. See, now I'm about to be stride snitching. Oh,
that's all I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. What's going on here? I don't want to anti show.
No. I'm just gonna tell you what I saw as a viewer. I told you guys I'm a viewer. He said, and the two correlations I got was, if it's a woman out of place, I'm going. The bust downs, I'm gonna kick her in the ass, I kick her in the titties, whatever. But if the guy Mike Tyson like looking and he approaches me, we're gonna discuss it.
De-escalation.
Oh, so was he joking with that joke?
No.
Hell no. Why you gonna not hesitate to get physical with a female, but hesitate to get physical with a male. That was the gist of it.
Is
You
that,
have to listen to the
episode
truth.
that,
Hold on,
You have to
one
listen
at
to
a
the
time.
truth.
One at a time. Abraham, the chef. One at a time.
okay. I was asking, is that the episode where Kay was saying that he was a shorter guy?
Yeah, I was about to say that. I covered
Yeah.
that episode on my channel. That is correct.
Okay.
So you heard that?
Well, yeah. I think what happened
What the fuck is going on here, man?
Yeah. I think what happened is you know, Kay revealed that I guess he's like a shorter guy. So he's like maybe like 5'6" or 5'7". She said
5'4".
Yeah, she said something to the fact that you're not that much taller than me.
You my size.
Yeah, and
she was talking to lead attorney specifically, but yes,
right. And then he went back and forth with her, saying something to the effect, well, something about her being built like a bully, and then he started talking about that he has beat up a woman before, like he will and he has in the past.
He hit a woman before.
Well, that
I remember that because Kay asked him, Anton, did you win?
Yeah, you think sometimes they be joking. Y'all don't think he was serious like that.
No, I think this one was serious, but I think it was because she challenged him on his height. Because afterwards he started talking about his appendage being really long, and I thought it just the whole show went to a whole nother direction after that.
Hang down to my thighs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Listen, so I don't. Let's get off of this topic. I'm gonna go and check the paperwork, which means I'm going to do the replay, because if I find out this to be true,
I'm about to send you a link.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back with so much vengeance.
Trust me, Daryl has very many links. He has a.
So my thing is this to you, and to you, E Black. You say you didn't want to dry snitch. It's not dry snitch if you're talking about a pedophile to the community. We're not the authorities. So
what I was saying was that I didn't want to be dry snitch because I knew the exact episode. I know the exact point, and I actually. I'm confirming it. And also I spoke out against it because I said, if you hit a woman in front of my space, in front of my place, I'm going to get on you about that. Now, don't get me wrong. There's domestic issues that you sometimes have to step in and be like, hey, y'all back up. Hey, y'all don't be doing this. But then with the situation he was talking about was this literally fighting someone. And I was kind of like, yo, you're not about to do that in front of me. And I don't believe black men, we should accept this type of behavior. Now, I get correction. I get somewhat domestic discipline is the hot topic of the day. But there's certain actions that as a black community, we do not even put on a public platform. And that's the one thing I immediately called out because I didn't think it was very advantageous to any type of conversation for any motivation other than self-servingness.
Yeah, turn the lights up, and I'm going to put something right here. We at Conversations with King, we do not welcome or condone any kind of abuse to flowers, to women. All right? No mental, no verbal, physical. We do not condone that. That would not be on this particular station's channel, platform, whatever you want to call it. I do not condone that. Any man that participates in that currently, I don't know what you did in the past, but from this day forth, if you are doing it on this panel, and you feel like you're going to do it, please do not come back on this panel again because it's not going to be nice for you. Those are the only people I will cut off at any time. If I find out you're an abuser of women, you will not be able to speak on this panel. Also, if it's true, and I think it's true because literally all 5 men outside of me have heard this on this panel. This is why I believe in God, because he removed me from a channel like that. I don't want to be associated with a man like that. I really don't. Yeah. He could keep everything he has. I don't want to be associated with a man like that. And in this, I'm gonna go back and say, any man I see him talk to women like that, crazy. I seen it, but I was dumb. I'm not. It didn't resonate with me that if he could talk to a woman like that in public, imagine what he's doing to someone in private. So with that being said, please, please keep that station and that man away from my network. Do not say his name anymore. Do not give him life. Do not give him a station. Before it was fun with me. It was competitive by nature, but I do not condone that type of actions. And I'm telling you now, men like that are going to feel the wrath of God. They're going to feel the wrath of God. And when I say God, karma, not from my hands. I don't want no problem with him. I won't touch him. I'm not even going to talk about that dirty pastor anymore. I'm going to leave him alone completely, because what I just heard, if I'm not mistaken, you told me he would put his hands on a female and said it jokingly. This is what I'm hearing.
No, Cuz wasn't
Yo,
joking, man.
No,
let me say
it
this.
wasn't a joke.
So I'm gonna say this. Funniest thing about this, I'm gonna try to be as short as possible with it. We talk about jokes. Anybody that knows me, I'm one of the funniest folks in the clique that they know. What's so funny about this thing here, this YouTube environment here, sometimes when I rewatch some videos, I'm like, shit, that seems so damn intense, right? But then I started thinking about it, and I had to start looking within and try to figure out why. And it's because I recognize that the voice that I shared with different people here and there throughout my life, the lives I've improved and all of that, you know, they get to see me and all of that. But now I recognize that even with just 200 something followers, that there's that many people listening to me, you know, and they say heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yeah, he's king, I'm the chef, right? So heavy is the head that wears the chef hat or the frying pan, whatever. The thing is, man, part of the way that I communicate is because I recognize the level of importance. My mother's father and my father's father were Pentecostal reverends in the church. So I recognized what their words, their anecdotes, their scriptures, what it gave to a freaking community of people, of immigrants that came here that were trying to get it from the mud. I understand the importance of those words. You know, they officiated weddings. They got 1 million godchildren, right? The power of their words, the power of their actions is one thing. But the power, a lot of times you don't always get to interact with your pastor outside of church. It's the power of his word that takes you through to the next freaking Sunday. All right. Joke. You ain't Dave Chappelle, bro. That's not your joke. That's not the appropriate joke, especially if you represent yourself as a leader of future kings, especially if you have millions of people that watch you every morning, subscribing to your Patreon and doing all of that stuff, right? That means you have a higher degree of responsibility. You lead soldiers. People look to you. People forget money. Yes, they give you money, but that money was gained with their precious time, and they give it to you for some sort of a gift. So your word weighs more powerful than a fucking joke. Do I believe it was a joke? Sometimes the jokes that we make may reveal certain things of how we feel. It may be exactly how we feel or the opposite of how we feel or what we're trying to get away from. Look, man, if you're so responsible and you consistently talk about the things that you do and the folks that you do and don't align with, what do you align with? Because if this is the type of joke that you feel is appropriate as somebody that's speaking to other folks, speaking to the parents of our future generations, so what is it? Fuck shit, get money? Because in the end, it all keeps coming back to fuck shit, get money. There's a level of inconsistency. I'm gonna kick her in the titties. I'm gonna do this and that. You know, this is what you're about. That's what I'm about. Come follow me. I'm going to teach you to be awesome. Yeah, all you got to do is just be awesome, be dope. And then I pay you $100. And then I ask you, how did you get it? And you tell me, oh, one day I just pushed everything off the table and I got on my knees and I prayed. Shit, I could have just went down to, Pearl Street Baptist Church and pay some tithes to get that message. So to kind of bring him back in, man, That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
You don't have the right, especially if you are somebody that's representing yourself the way that you do.
King, let me just butt in for 1 second. Chef,
Man, who you taking on?
this is the reason why I said what I said.
Wait, hold on. Before I want
He think that he would be in that
hold on.
situation.
Don't get no justice. Don't feed into that. Don't feed into that.
I'm not feeding into that. I just want to know that. I'll let you know we don't censor anything. I just want you to see this person's name. And this
That's
person,
fine.
hold on. I want you to see this person's name. And when we talk about the protection of Black women, this is what that person wrote. That's all.
But Chef, let me talk to you, brother.
Yes, sir.
What you just said is why I said what I said before the first flowers. Because the truth in what you said is what resonated to me. It's, you speak about the accountability of our words, of what we say, how we have to be responsible. You just can't spew shit out there and go, I ain't got nothing to do with it. We just went through 4 years of that bullshit, and we're going through 4 more years of the shit. Speaking of you, brother Abraham, and we're gonna go through the next 4 years of the shit, and the next 4 years, because every 4 years we go through this bullshit where people spew and say things, but there's no substance behind it. The whole, I call it the fuckosphere, not the manosphere, whatever you want to call it. Because my problem with it is, it's not even that it doesn't speak truth. It doesn't speak complete truth. I don't say it doesn't speak half truth. It'll give you 80% of it. It's like if I say, what's 2 plus 2? And you say 3 plus a number. Okay, motherfucker, that's true. It's 3 plus a number. What's the other number? And you never give me the other number. You don't give me the whole truth. What you're doing, Chef, is you speak to the accountability of what YouTubers say. And if you're not going to take accountability for the whole of what you say, then don't preach it as truth. I don't have a channel. But if I open the channel, I would say, hey, this is what I think. Take it or you don't. If you can't stand behind it, because my basic concept is there's more things in life that I don't know than what I do. I am very well-rounded in what I know, but I know that there are more things in life that I don't know than I do, and I try to always keep an open mind to that. The constant permeation and plasticizing, if I'm saying the correct word, that they do to preach to people, I think is dangerous. They preach things as if, oh, it's take it this way. I would love for you guys, King, I would say, do a show about the terminology. Words like simp, beta, just all this fucked up language that's out there that people don't even know what it means.
Toxic masculinity.
I love the way you talked about the feminism, because to me, feminism means fucking equality. I love the way you started that. And I was just like, why in the hell are Black people upset about equality? I don't get it. I look at a lot of the concept and we twist it to make it much worse than what it is. And I'm like, yeah, maybe it is that, but maybe it ain't that fucking serious. And that's why I think we as a people, Dara, I love you, brother. I don't think we can be segregated again. I don't think self-segregation is going to benefit us as a community. I hear a lot of the community, especially the pro-Black community. I'm like, okay, but the world is global. Who the fuck are we going to trade with? Who? If we self-segregate, Africa ain't going to trade with us. China owns them. We got to stop thinking America and start thinking a little bit more globally. And I understand what all our traumas are. Believe me, I'm 100% with you on the white supremacy in healthcare, redlining. All that shit is true. 1,000%. I believe 100% everything. I just don't believe necessarily the answers it's going to be what the answers are. And I hate when I see us who won't call a thing when it is what everything that you described, Daryl. I'm like, that's what it is. I don't necessarily think, oh, I'm not playing the victim Olympics bullshit, but I'm also not going to say that it don't exist. Both things can be true.
Right.
We can do both things, and that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Again, Jeff, you blasted me again. I'm gonna stop fucking with you. I'll be on your page, but you be killing me, man. You be killing me. You be getting beat.
Right. So
Love you, brother.
listen, I'm not going to extend this too longer because as you know, my energy changed when Daryl brought that news to me. My energy really changed. If you notice, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I've been on my phone trying to research it. I'm looking at the information that he sent me. So we're going to end this in 10
Don't
minutes.
invest in it, King. Don't invest in it.
I'm not investing in it. I just know my spirit always tells me the right things.
But don't invest in it, brother.
Right.
Don't.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end this in 10 minutes.
We got more to lose.
Yeah, we definitely got more to lose because we got big things coming. Me and Chef got some big things coming. E Black got some big things coming. Daryl got some big things coming. And one of the things we do here, we want to promote the new voices. This is anybody that's associated with the show. It's a new wave, right? It's a new regime coming in. So we want to encourage Rico to get your shit together because you about to have a voice soon. You got a voice. We need you out here more.
Man,
Abraham, we need you out here more. So this is the new regime, and anybody that comes to us, we're not going to be charging for on Patreon to help you out. We're just going to give you a platform. You let the people know how you do your thing. Start your own page and get busy because we need new voices out here. Okay, it's enough. It's enough money for everybody, and if it's not, I'm taking this. So with that note, please, by starting with E Black, ending with ending with the 4 horsemen, but the 3 in the middle, please tell me where we could reach you at, or where we could, or even your IG, and then we're gonna end this right now because I'm a little bit disturbed. Sorry. Mayat, flowers first.
Okay, so my YouTube channel, I have not started it yet, but it's Mayat Speaks. And you can also find me on Instagram. It's Generational Health Revolution. And my website is Generational Health Revolution. If you want to check my website out.
Okay. Rico?
Again, as I said earlier, I'm just a viewer. I have no YouTube channel. Mayat, I will be subscribing to your channel. So welcome me. Ibrahim or Abraham. I apologize, whichever one, brother.
Ibrahim.
I'm looking forward to, hopefully you accepting me and we having more spirited conversations because I really love the dialogue. Again, I'm just a viewer. I have nothing to promote. E Black, look for me. Don't act like you don't know me. Don't act like I'm brand new. Same thing with you, Chef, King, Daryl. I'm already a subscriber to yours.
I definitely appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out. You started shaky though. You started kind of shaky.
Yeah, man. Somebody said you have pregnancy pauses.
I'm old.
Somebody said you have pregnancy pauses.
Yeah,
I might be pregnant.
He had to wind that thing up. But hey, when he got started, Rico was killing it.
He got comfortable. So E.
Okay. You said, are you?
Abraham, with the 4 horsemen.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm can be found on AK on Fire on all platforms, and I want to say, man, I appreciate what you guys, what the 4 of you guys are bringing to the table. I mean, it's good to have healthy discussions because these are the kind of discussions that we actually have in private. It seems like a lot of what goes on YouTube is geared towards a little bit too much towards entertainment, for the dollar. Now, don't get me wrong. I appreciate what I appreciate Kevin Samuels and what some of the likes are doing because what it's done is it's brought a voice to the voiceless. And I know it sounds crazy me saying that about Black men, but I often feel that Black men get ignored, and people don't really hear our concerns, because it sounds like we're complaining. You know, we have to man up. We have to, you know, kind of like suck it up. So, I mean, so the thing is, you know, conversation is about sending and receiving. And sometimes, you know, the things we say fall on deaf ears, but now people are listening. And I think it gets to a certain point where it becomes, I don't want to say a little bit too much, but we need to have a more balanced conversation, right? Not women bad, women bad, women bad, women bad.
Yeah.
A more balanced conversation where we talk to each other instead of talking past each other, right? And that's what I appreciate you bringing, because you don't really see a lot of this. Everything is about attacking somebody. So again, I'll keep it short. I appreciate what you guys are bringing to the table, and we can have our disagreements without being disagreeable. At the end of the day, we can just agree to disagree and move on. And I'll end with that.
Well said. Well said.
Well, let me go first and just say, you know, I'm just happy to be here. Thank you for coming out, everybody. We found out today our first episode we ever did with the Four Horsemen under the Conversation with King hit 1,000 views today. I didn't pop the honey wine because I'm waiting till we get to 1,000 subscribers to pop the honey wine. I want to say thank you for that. We also had another one, number 2, second video is about to hit 1,000. We're like a few away. If we hit the 100 mark likes today off of one stream, that was beautiful. We had up to close to 80. We had close to 80 people watching. I don't know. I've been studying analytics. The first person introduced me to analytics was Daryl. I didn't know anything. He just said, "Man, do this, do this, do this," and I'm studying it. And based on analytics, there's no show in YouTube that has my level of engagement. None. I'm saying it with none. Not in this particular demographics. None. I'm telling you, literally 90%, over 90% engagement. It's none. So you could have a 60,000, 40,000 followers, but if you're only getting 1%, 2%, 10%, you're not really doing anything. So what we're gonna do is do a slow grind and make sure we have a real community, a community garden with flowers and rocks. Rocks being the men, solid, flowers being the nurturers. We're gonna have a real community garden. And so by the time we do get to 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, we will all know each other. And that's what you call a real network, real station. And I'm surprised I got to, because I'm just a knucklehead from Brownsville that just happens to be educated and well-traveled and accomplished. I really don't know too much, you know, but I try to make sure I do what I can. But I want to say thank you so much to everybody in the panel. Everybody in the panel today, trust me, you guys, especially everybody in the chat, y'all holding me down. So, but the panel, you guys got a gift. Please don't waste it. The time is now. And everybody in the chat, without y'all, it's none of us. Believe that, right? If a preacher doesn't have a church, he's crazy. If an actor doesn't have an audience, he's crazy. If a teacher doesn't have students, they're crazy. We have an audience that appreciates us and pours into us. You pour into us. So I appreciate you. Thank you. E Black.
Once again, like I said, you know, I'm loving the fact that I'm at a space where I get to look at the chat and I see nothing but flowers. We're having real conversation with women. We're not competing with women. We don't have callers calling in, attacking the woman, telling them that she needs to be submissive. We ain't going for that. I'm telling you that right now. And, you know, I'm really appreciative to be in this space. You know, I'm really appreciative to have people like Rico, who's the first time person who came up, speak. You know, we're trying to invoke a message. That's the reason why I'm here, is because, you know, I have conversations, you know, outside in the real world, and there's a disconnect. Look, we can talk about certain things. We can say, hey, you know what? A woman need to do this, and maybe if you change a little bit of your game, in theory, a lot of things work, but most things don't work. And we're both all here trying to make things work as people. And I'm just proud to be in a part of the conversation with people who want to have just dialogue, but also solutions. We talked a lot about solutions today. So, I mean, once again, you know, a little bit of advertisement. If you haven't already, go to your YouTube search bar, hit eBlack TV. That's my YouTube page. We're gonna get Chef up way up higher. Daryl, you know, already know, check out his I should call it a hit list, but check out his channel. And we all gonna keep this keep this thing moving, you know.
Yo. So I'm gonna keep this one short. I'm enjoying this, man. I'm enjoying this. I've been doing this for a long time just with regular people that I know since a kid. I do it to put my son through college. I do it, you know, to feed my kids. But man, I gotta tell you, and this is not something that I even came into on a monetization basis. I just was the dude that was screaming at the TV for several months about what I saw. And in conversations with the young Bull King, you know, we talked about it. We talked about timing, and we talked about fate, and we talked about, you know, cosmic energies and how things have come together. And sometimes it even seems as though it's happening even without us trying to make things happen. So the only thing I could say is, yo, I'm humble, you know, I'm appreciative, I'm honest, and everything that I have in here and in this big ass head, you know, I want to curate it to provide positivity, goodness, and for my folks who know me, listen, I'm gonna loosen up. Just like with that old conversation, I just felt I have a high degree of responsibility, so I can't just let any kind of shit, you know, spill out. But I'm gonna loosen up. But by the same token, I'm gonna still keep showing that love, keep promoting that peace, keep protecting our flowers, and keep giving you guys a different lens perspective to see what you've been seeing already. And that's one of my foils to Stockholm Syndrome, that you see something else. And that's all I got. Peace and love. This was an awesome experience. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Everybody know me, man. Daryl Long, everything, every day. The one thing I want to say is the flower, I didn't really get a chance to respond to her, but what she was saying about we need a group of men that's going to protect our people undyingly. That's the way I feel. You know, I brought up a few nights ago that the military, they have these big white boys, big as hell, strong as hell. They know how to use a sniper, know how to use a knife. They will come and find you and get you, right? If it all come down to it, we need people like that when it comes to black people. When it comes to black women, there's no reason why, and rest in peace to her soul, but there's no reason why, you know, Gabby Petito, she goes missing, national news. 70,000 black women missing, not national news. That's a problem. And you know, my love and, you know, and peace to the whole Petito family, but I'm just speaking on it because at the end of the day, those are 70,000 moms and mothers and fathers suffering, right? And if they look around and police not helping them, then who gonna help them? And the last thing I'm really gonna say is the Black Panthers used to go around following police officers on their shifts. They used to carry shotguns and et cetera, to make sure. We're gonna make sure you're not gonna harm black people. We're gonna make sure you're not doing a Breonna Taylor, right? And if we gotta take you out before you take them out, then so be it. But we're gonna be on your heels. Every time you turn around, we're gonna be right there. And that's the reason why, you know, J. Edgar Hoover made them a national spotlight and had to destroy them. They was too powerful. They didn't care about national funding. They didn't care about you know, left or right. We care about black people. We care about black, I don't want to use that word, superiority, but we care about making sure that black people are always safe and can always prosper. Right. So that's all I got to say, guys. Tina asked what's my Instagram. It's just my name, Duro_long. And it's super easy. I'll leave it in the chat for you guys. But that's my whole take on black people is when we need people the way that people are afraid to talk about the Jewish community. We need black men to instill that kind of fear when it comes to black people. That way, when somebody think about, damn, should I steal a black woman? Nah, because if I do, Chef, Duro, the Four Horsemen, they're gonna be on my ass. They're not gonna sleep. They're not gonna let my family sleep. Somebody gonna have to pay. And it's the same way if I was to go commit an act against any other culture right now, they wouldn't let me rest. So that's all I got to say, guys. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Next to tomorrow, tomorrow, same time, same place, 7 o'clock. Please be there. Please be there. Take care.
Peace.
Peace.